Okay then, that should be live. Yes it is. Set up the second screen and then we shall get going. Okay then. For the final part of the Ar-Adunaim campaign. It's gone a little bit more smoothly than the Lothlorien one. Hello there, Jasdeep. But quite how it ends kind of depends really upon how the AI decides to tackle us. If after about an hour and a half we're still... Well, if after an hour and a half we've already gutted Mordor, then I will be pulling some units back and we will be preparing a large-scale naval invasion of the Grey Havens. But if that is not the case, if Mordor do decide to put up a fight, which I'm hoping they will, because now the only way they can get units out to the north, which is where they've been funneling them to go after Erebor, they will have to go through areas that we have taken. Hello there, Calvin. Speaking of which, just in case we do manage to conquer some settlements, I do need to keep track of what I was actually going to call them. There it is. Okay, so we will load our way into the game, I think. A little bit earlier today, but that was to give me a little bit more wiggle room depending upon how long it takes to finish the campaign, because by hook or by crook we will be getting to the end of this one today. And I think another Doomstack should be spawning, because we did take the Black Gate as our last action in the last part, and I think, based on the fact that a Doomstack did spawn for Minas Morgul, even if it didn't come after us, even if they immediately flicked over to an invasion army and sent it north, at this point they won't be able to sort of get around that. I suppose they could go all the way around. I wonder if the AI would do that, if they would say we're still in the invasion so we're going to go right around the back through like the Nirn region and head up to Erebor that way. If that does happen, then this is going to be very, very easy to roll over Mordor with the armies that we have there now. There was also that rather bonkers battle map that we had at the last part of the last, or the last battle that we had at the end of the last part. We've got Site of a Famous Battle. Mordor defeating Gondor. Now we are not too far away from completely rebuilding Osgiliath. Only 2 turns and the east will join the west. One thing that I do need to do right from the off here is actually fix something. This isn't actually east. It is... This is east. So Azul Ar-Minoleth means East Ar-Minoleth, or East Fortress in Ar-Adunaim. This is the army that is a little bit concerning, because Gazhur over here did manage to get in behind our lines as we moved in to take the Black Gate, and so he's out here now, but I don't think there's really anything he can go after that I'm too worried about. Tarik Gimmelkad over here is not defended as it stands, but we can easily move an army in there should we require it. Something else we were going to do, of course, to keep in mind is Herumor over here is going to try and take Tharagondost, because it is a much better choke point than allowing them free reign of this entire province with only Anulond. And technically Anulond isn't really even a choke point, because they could completely bypass and go along this bridge. They won't do that knowing the AI, but even so, we have a strong enough army here to really destroy anything that Enedwy throws at us, I think. They're checking out their best stuff now though, Moot Keepers. Hello Shisu. How are you doing? And this army here, yeah, I mean, lots of Minhiriath warriors. The Grey Floods are like their entry-level units, so they're not great. Angren Raiders are AP, Javelins, yeah. The thing about Enedwy is they do have some dangerous units, but at the end of the day they are still not going to be able to, not going to be up to the task of defeating us. Can Urud is constantly under siege. We need to get like a proper force up there really to deal with matters. Is there anything that we can actually build nearby that is there any recruitment hub we have nearby that is worthwhile? I mean, we can build stuff in here now. A catapult probably wouldn't be the worst idea, but we need, of course, to have a clear settlement before we can actually do that. But other than that, I think we're pretty much towards the end of this turn, weren't we? This was the reinforcement army, which may actually end up not being all that important, depending upon what Mordor do. There was a little bit of resistance last time, but maybe not so much as I was hoping. And then there is also this, which we should continue. It's one of those towns that isn't actually walled as such, so the settlement has enough food to last for one turn. Well, I'll tell you what then. That being the case... Hang on a moment. Okay, yeah, we will assault and see what's what here. Because they can't have that much. If they've only got one turn left, then all of their units are going to be hideously depleted. Yeah, Southron Warband, Host, Archers, that's all terrible stuff, really. We haven't got the most elite army, but this isn't going to be a town that has, like, ballista towers if rams are the only thing I can do. I'm doing quite well, Just Deep. So, let's go for it. First battle of the part. Mordor's last hold, which is within the lands of Athelion and Harad. And it shall be ours. And then we can move this general up north to one of the more important places, like Eastern Osgiliath or something. And just leave these settlements garrisoned with some basic units. Yeah, it's one of these towns. So this one didn't see much growth, although you wouldn't expect it to, because this was pretty much the front line of the war between Gondor and Mordor early on. But we do want to get in there pretty quickly, because the arrow towers are probably going to do damage to us, but that really can't be helped. So you get into loose. There isn't really anything else. Well, we can actually attack from multiple angles, can't we? And we shall go ahead and do that, I think. Hey there, Angel 1999. Yeah, Mordor have... supporting Mordor, I don't think you're going to get your wish for anything too impressive, unfortunately, from them. They haven't really covered themselves in too much glory in this campaign. Right, so we'll have our Rosadan forces over on this side, because I get the feeling this is probably where they're going to stack up slightly less. And we'll have our Rosadan bowmen as well. And everything else, well, we could do with a couple more units actually on this side, couldn't we? We'll go for a unit of pikes per side. This guy's still got some Southron pikemen, which is nice. That conscription system that the Ar-Adunaim have is definitely the best feature of this campaign, to be honest. It adds a lot more interest to them. You can drop your stuff. Southron pikes can come in later. Azrazair archers. You can actually move in immediately, because I don't mind if the arrow towers actually go after you. And then there's our household guard. He's got quite a few actually. 43 is not a bad amount for a unit like this. Anyway. Yeah, they're all on this side over here, so this means they are all going to have the ability to just move in as they please, at their leisure. Okay. And then you... They're going to pull back immediately. And yeah, we're just going to launch some... Wait a second, no, that's not what we want. Yeah, we want you there. They're actually opening the gate. Ah, wait. It would appear... I thought they were actually going to move forward then. It's kind of disappointing that they ended up not doing that. Oh well. Can't expect the AI to achieve all that much. They'll probably panic when they see the fact that there's another army coming from this side as well. Or a wing of the army, as it were. But yeah, how is everyone today? I was a little bit tired yesterday after the boat work the day before, so I was feeling a little bit lethargic, to be honest with you. Hello there, Isaac. What is this? Orc host. Right. Yeah, we have the opportunity here to do some good damage. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain what they hope to accomplish by doing that, but no matter. we will be able to deal with this pretty quickly because, while we don't have any armour upgrades on these Rosodans, Principality of Merlond, the Orc host, there are much more of them, but we've got more units on the way. And this is an entirely disposable army as well, which is the beauty of this army, really. Right, go after them. Like, we could care very little about the fates of the lives of our Azrazair units at this point. Go after them. Marvellous. Right then. Halberds, go down there. Actually, you just head to the town centre, I suppose. And the pikes can do the same. These bowmen can move over here. And this unit of footmen over here. Both units of footmen actually can go this way. And all should be well. No, this is not going well. Like, Orc host are like really early game Mordor units, really. Actually, no, the Orc host are a little bit better than the Raiders, are they not? Mordor have got so many sort of lower end units, and there go the Javelins going across, who are already doing good damage to those Orc archers. Not the most difficult unit to bring down, to be sure, but... Right, and I guess... soon enough we'll send our general forward as well. Right. And you can go there like that. The TC will be ours. Spears do their thing. They're out of ammo, so actually I'll pull them back because they're a little bit more useful to the cause. If we can keep them alive, potentially, for later on. I suppose actually this unit of halberds can just sort of sit here in the TC and force them to retreat. Also, one thing that I would be interested in, if anyone has like any... I'm not really familiar with the idea of like modding music into Medieval 2, but I do want sort of the music... I don't want to have to sort of turn the music down to like really low like we have to now because it's licensed Lord of the Rings music. So if there is any decent music mods that I can put in to improve matters somewhat in that regard, that would be nice. You can go this way, actually.
Show us. We've lost control of the city.
And actually, you can just move forward. Keep pushing on past the Orc archers. They are completely irrelevant anyway.
Only half the enemy force remains.
Hey there, Senation. Nice to have you here. I seem to be having a bit of trouble barging their way through this. We'll get our general going through there. Yeah, roll on in. Do the business. We'll actually turn off guard mode. Yeah, Orc archers are broken. They will not be far behind. And there we go. General gone. Do you like cars? I'd say I'm like fairly neutral on cars. I used to be a bigger fan of them when I was smaller. But I had a bike most recently, which is sort of more, perhaps a little bit more my jam, but that's obviously a little bit less... well, in some ways actually having a bike is more convenient than a car, but that's a whole thing. You can definitely park more easily in the UK if you have a bike, JDM or muscle. What does JDM stand for? My brother has got a muscle car. He's got a Mercury. He actually imported it from America as well. Right, can we kill off those orc archers, please? There we go. Yeah, that's not terrible losses, that. What bike? It was a Derby. It was only a 125. Like, it wasn't like a full... wasn't like a massive like sports bike like a Kawasaki, or it wasn't like a Harley or anything like that. But perhaps someday I could get something a bit more substantial when I actually know what's going to be happening in a post-COVID world. Horde Hanauer or Hanur?
Glory, honor, victory.
Old modified cars.
Our courage and honor have...
Ah, yeah, like tuner cars. Yes, I'm familiar with that. Skyliner, R34s, stuff like Imprezas and Evos, and a lot of like Japanese stuff tends to fall into that bracket. Right, we'll exterminate the populace here. First thing is first, let's get an armory installed. They don't even have a grain exchange here. I don't know what Mordor was doing, but they've really neglected this town quite horribly. Right, you're going to start moving off this way. We're losing money hand over fist from this settlement at the moment, but that could be because of devastation. It's also because military build policy is on. We don't want that. And I think that's pretty much all we can do. I mean, I don't want to move further into Mordor with Gimmelcard just yet, because I don't know where the Doomstack for the Black Gate is going to spawn, and I don't know what this army here is going to do. So, with that in mind, I think we are good to just carry on to the next turn. As soon as this Númenórean foundry is finished, I'll get another culture building on the way as well. Yeah, this guy's almost perfect for being a tax person, because he has a... you know what, I may as well at this point just punt for another merchant. Why not? I could also start building stuff down here. In case we do end up going after the elves, I suppose it wouldn't be a terrible idea to have another unit of Ar-Pharazôn's Faithful, perhaps, and maybe another couple units of Ar-Adunaim and Narduzagar. But we don't have like the armor upgrade stuff here in Kadar-Pharazôn, so I won't build too much stuff. Just enough to be potentially useful. Keep forgetting about that merchant. Rohan are resurgent now, though. With Mordor crippled, they're able to retake all their old lands and be a power on the world stage of Middle-earth once more. As long as they don't declare war on me, I'm perfectly fine with them maintaining the Calanardon as their home. The High Elves, will you be my final adversary, I wonder? We shall just have to wait and see. Again, sort of halfway through the stream will be when I sort of make the judgment about whether Mordor are actually putting up enough resistance or not. Like I said, if like in an hour's time we've already cleaned up northern Mordor. A merchant's guild? Sure, why not? Morannon is broken, the black gates that stand watch over the withered land. The face cam is not here at the moment, Sonation, I lent it out. The black gates that stand watch over the withered land have been taken. Unyielding in their courage and determination, the attackers have crushed the defenders in their path. The invaders have passed into the Vale of Udun, driving before them the remnants of the host that opposed them. Although slowed by the choking fumes and the gloom that hides the reassuring rays of Anor, they seem intent on marching further into the lands of shadow. No doubt they will need many more warriors if they hope to pass beyond the Eisenmouth or come against the Dark Lord himself and siege the gates of the Dark Tower. This victory, though just a prelude, has bolstered the spirits of the Free People, rejoicing that the Lord of Deception may know fear. For Sauron it is a warning. The Free People have power and valour still, and a will to resist him. He is not unassailable, as he once supposed. Edoras has been reclaimed as well. Edoras has been gloriously taken back by the valiant and courageous men of Rohan. The seat of the king is restored, and Rohan's people celebrate throughout the kingdom. They now ride open to face the enemy, with much power restored to their realm and willpower. Such a victory will strike fear into the hearts of the foes of the Horse Lords and may well assist the restoration of Rohan. So Mordor is crumbling. The One Ring has been located in Dale, but that's too far away really to be of much use to us. We have the Witch King of Angmar, who is scurrying back to Morannon apace. It's the idea really that Gimmelzor will just sort of sit here in the Black Gate as it is. Right, where is that big army? Okay, so yeah, he's going down here. He's probably going to try and attack Tarik Gimmelkard if I allow him to. That could be the Doomstack that was going after Minas Morgul, and maybe I just didn't give them the time after taking Cirith Ungol and blocking their way. So yes, we want an armory here. Gimmelzor will stay in Morannon for the foreseeable. The Witch King is here. What does he actually have in his army? Just some Black Uruks, and he himself, who, yeah, he's Temple Knights. He is a scary, scary general to face, but nothing that we can't deal with, especially with an army as pitiful as the one that he currently has. Right. Right. So you will go in there. Eastern Osgiliath is almost finished. In fact, let's have a look at the construction report. So we have pretty much, well, we have a lot of places. Can Baruthiel. The Militia Armory was completed, so we can go for the Dark Shrine, certainly. Further south, we can also start building something else down here. Irrigation isn't really worth it, because I think we have as big a city as we can get down here. We will... go for a Wayfarer's Rest, why not? At this point we have so much cash, we may as well just spend it all on whatever we are able to. Upgrade to a large city here. Kadar Farazindil's still there. Khaldun, Gobel Merlond, Barad-dur, Balaketh, Tirithoros is almost upgraded as well. Still upgrading there. Yeah, we're building stuff in most places at this point, just generally increasing our realm. This is a place, however, which needs it. I miss the Galathrim units. To be honest, I think the Ar-Pharazôn's Faithful are actually better than the Galathrim Guards, because pikes in general at the high end are better than halberds. But other than that, I think Lothlorien's roster is undoubtedly stronger at the high end than the Ar-Adunaims. What do we have? What do we have? Crop rotation. Get some more food on the go. Building roads. Methrust. Can go for... Could go for a Ballistic. We'll go for a dockyard. That'll give us some even more income once it's finished. Seralond, Londgalen, which could make good use of more fields as well. Look at this. They have retreated. They run 6 turns until surrender, and we can't build any more buildings anywhere else. Okay, you. So they are going to reinforce from the city, so we should, hopefully, be able to kill them off here and take this town. Harrymore, Mr. Cheerful's first option. I quite like the look of the Ar-Adunaim as well, Senation. I'm a big fan especially of the upgraded models for the Abrazanim, which we might get a look at in this battle in particular. It's a bridge, yes, I had forgotten about that, but we should be okay. We've got 2 siege equipment pieces after all, and Enidwaith are probably one of the worst factions for this kind of battle because of their just lower survivability in general. We also have some Nardbawib. I mean, okay. Let's get them into position. Ballistae. Don't want you on fire at will just yet. Nor you. Right, we need to push our archers a little bit further forwards, get them to open up, and on the front line, we're not going to cross the bridge immediately, we will only do so when I feel confident that we have full superiority in melee to barge them out of the way, which we may not have right from the start. Oh yeah, speaking of which, some of my favourite... I mean, I really do like the look of the Ar-Adunaim in this sort of setting. This is only level 1 of the armour upgrade actually for the Nardu Tariq. They've got like a full chainmail underneath their armour when you upgrade it twice. And then there's also this, which I really do enjoy quite a lot as well. The palette swap for the Gondorian units is really, really good. Such a good idea. I don't think Rohan have that palette swap. I think it's only Dol Amroth and Gondorian units, but we will be able to find out because, as I learned last time, Calenhad is a settlement where if you build a conscription camp, you can build Rohirric units. It would be cool if the AA had a heavy axeman unit like the one Umbar has in Reforged. Well, I think the idea behind it is they have the Narduzagar here because the Númenóreans were a little bit more about like swordsmanship, and the axeman they have is like the lower end like pirate unit, the Azra-Zair. In many ways, having a unit like this is actually more useful overall because the early game is when it's more difficult, and having a unit of early armor-piercing axe units which are this decent is perhaps more useful. I don't disagree with you. It would be nice if the Ar-Adunaim had an Abrazanim version of the heavy axeman, but I think that would maybe make them a little bit too well-rounded at their core. The idea is that for certain kinds of units you have to go elsewhere and use the conscription system for the AA. But and I'm not too against that, to be honest, because the Ar-Adunaim with the conscription system might actually be the most well-rounded faction in the whole game. Right, anyway, enough of this madness. Right. And you, actually, you're back there. You need to get a little bit closer. Right, so their reinforcements are right there. So they're actually quite close to the red line on this map. Bit of a... Can we cross over there? Is this an actual crossing? I think it is, isn't it? We can go across... Oh, no, we can't. Apparently this is uncrossable terrain. It's like mud or something. Sediment. Sad tidings for us. Right, okay, hold up. Right, we'll get you in position on the bridge for now. Ready to push forward should you be required to. What's going on there? That's a bit unfortunate. Okay, you move over here so you've got a slightly better shot, and you do the same. Yeah, this is where Enid White will do quite poorly. We're not going up against the Gondorians anymore with their big old plate armour. We're going up against Enid Waith and their rather shoddy pelt. What is the best bodyguard unit in Divide and Conquer? It's probably one of the cavalry units. It's probably... Doesn't Glorfindel get a unit of the Elder Enway Roquan? It would probably be him. The cavalry units in general, like the Rohirric bodyguard, the Swan Knights that we saw previously, because they're just so powerful. Right, let's just do our business. Right. Taking a bit of damage there. Okay, let's get you to the front line as well. Get our general there. And another unit of Rosadan. Just backing them up. Everything else can shift a little bit closer, just in case they break through, but I'm feeling reasonably comfortable. Oh yeah, we got some pikes as well. Oof, those Abrazanim. And his wife's javelins are really rather nasty. Hello, Matt. Nice to have you here. Oh boy. That is going to be really, really nasty. Those ballistae are going to get tons of kills as they sit. Yeah, they're going to rout pretty quickly, I think, with that going on.
The battle is very much in our favor. Victory will be
Yeah,
ours.
let's turn these guys off of guard mode, actually. It's only important that the spears get into guard mode, really. Jesus. Siege, glorious siege. Aragorn's Grey Company is also really good. Better than the Ar-Adunaim Armsmen. Yeah. I mean, the downside to the Grey Company, though, is they are completely unique to Aragorn, aren't they? They're quite like Gil-galad's company that Elrond used. Like, they are one-off. He's the only one that has them. Whereas the Ar-Adunaim Armsmen, you can train them, generally speaking, like the Talon Knights and the dismounted Knights of Illuminas. But I quite like that. I quite like the fact that there are units that you... Oh, I don't know what on earth he was doing, getting in and amongst the swords and halberds like that.
The enemy are badly bloodied. They have lost
Yeah, this is going to
half
be the end for them. Well done, Harrymore. We won't need to commit any of these boys forward. Is that routing? Yes, it is. We might actually need to assault the settlement as well, because they're routing so much, and I don't think we will be able to actually chase all of these boys down. This unit of territorial guardsmen took a massive beating, but that's what they're there for. I would also say the Berio Yengalith, Celeborn's bodyguard that we used last time, is incredibly strong, just because the arrows are very, very damaging. And in melee, they're better than most other heavy spears in the game as well. Like the Naru Royal Guard and Household Guard are not as good as the Berio Yengalith, and they don't have a missile attack either. Ooh boy. Don't want it crashing. Okay, yeah, your work is done really, isn't it? Especially early on with the Grey Company, because you're facing off against stuff like goblins from the Misty Mountains that find their way down. And also the Angmarim are a little bit better than the goblins, but Angmarim infantry and thralls and hillmen, they're not exactly the last word in terms of great quality. The horsemen are coming back. Do me a favour and shoot them, would you? Look at this rabble. Look at us push back. Like the proud Númenóreans we are. This is truly the Númenórean way of doing warfare. Just getting your heavy infantry onto the front line and just bullying the enemy into submission. Celeborn got wrecked by trolls. Trolls are a bit... It's just one of those things where like the trolls are strong in DAC. The problem there was I'm too used to trolls being a relative like flash in the pan kind of unit, like they are in Reforged. Right, there are war chanters back there. We can shoot them with our Ar-Adunaim.
Behold how our cowardly foe
We'll continue for a little bit because there is the possibility perhaps of hunting a few things down, getting a bit more kills. Wait, we've got a unit over here. What's going on there? Some Minhiriath warriors found their way across. Really, it just depends what you're looking for. I would say that the cavalry bodyguards are probably the strongest, but with that you also have to bear in mind the fact that, you know, it's in Medieval 2, like you can, as we've learnt to our horror when Haldir ended up dying, generals, while they can be very strong and you can sort of reduce the risk of them perishing by giving them a lot of hit points, like they can still get unlucky in an engagement and die. And cavalry especially, if you misuse them, if you charge them into pikes or something, they will fall. I don't think even mithril armor would stop a troll's hammer, which is correct really. Mithril armor would stop the would stop anything going through it, but like the way the shock works, you're still going to get bounced around in that armor. Yeah, this is going to be the end, isn't it? Okay. Clear victory. 250, most of them in the Nadibawi, which is a shame, but also a lot of it in the Territorial Guardsmen. Bullied them on the front line, really. And hopefully our westward expansion can continue apace. It would stop the crushing force of it going through the armour. Like, it wouldn't break under the troll's strength, but you would still be damaged inside the armour. After all, the movie does show that mithril doesn't bend under a troll's strength, doesn't it? Right, execute them. Did we kill all of them, I wonder? We did, which will give us the opportunity to occupy the settlement. We'll go down to... We can't go down to low tax rate.
A most noble conquest.
Let's go for a militia armory here.
Ships ready.
They aren't too happy, but then they're not going to be, are they?
Ships
Okay.
ready.
This navy can go up here, because now we need to patrol around in this region, and this is now... This little river on the other side of the tip of the White Mountains is our new border with Enidwaith. And this one, of course, which will remain the border for the foreseeable. Anulond. Let's see what we can do. So we want more units up here, ideally. Tharagondost, we have enough of a force there to hold out fairly indefinitely. So let's just take everything that isn't getting free upkeep at the moment and start heading up this way with it. And that should be good enough, I think. I'm hoping it's good enough. Right, let's start building up some units just in case the invasion of Mithlond comes to pass. Now to Bawib as well, and that will probably do for now. Now then, this is an army we need to deal with. As soon as we deal with this guy, we should be able to move on. I mean, with a force, I don't think we actually require... What sort of army is this? I mean, most of it's likely to be Black Uruks again, which I'm not that concerned about. I think we should be fine, especially actually if we can engage him from this side. We'll get a nice downhill battle map, I think, which would be nice. He's got a lot of stars on this general, though. He's been around a long time. No one would kick out of Tharagondos with that army there. Yeah, I mean, this is a nice front line to have, because while we will still suffer potentially from the devastation problems that we suffered before, because the enemy armies can go in through this way and our town is on like the far end of the province, this is a much better choke point than Anulond was. Comes right up against the mountains. I wish Count Urud was right here. There are forts there, but that's not the most useful thing. I'm just going to put our spy in that pass, actually, so we can still last for 6 turns there. So yeah, we will save it. Constantly save it, just in case, because crashing later on is a little bit more commonplace. Right, so yeah, we will use Gimil Thon and his entire army. Right, go there, and then attack. It's a relatively even fight, at least on the balance of power. That's fairly scary. I mean, they're not the strongest of the Kandish cavalry units, but it's still something that we need to be on the lookout for. We should have enough to deal with it. We've got spears. We keep a tight formation, we should be okay. Will you befriend the elves? No, Matt. If anything, we'll be going to war with the High Elves at the end, depending on whether or not Mordor offers substantial challenge. It wouldn't be in character for the followers of Ar-Pharazôn to be friendly with the elves. This is a story that doesn't have a happy ending, really, if the Black Númenóreans get what they want. We may be fighting Mordor, but you couldn't call us the good guys. We're more like the anti-heroes. Yeah, so let's do it.
We attack.
2 almost completely healthy armies. That is sad. It's thematic, though, based on what happened to Ar-Pharazôn and based how fervently the Ar-Adunaim revere him, really. Ar-Pharazôn, good, we've got a hill as well. Yes, this is exactly the kind of battle map I wanted. We might be in range of them pretty quickly, actually. If we approach from this side, I mean, where are they likely to go? Probably over there, isn't it? So yeah, we'll actually set up over there. But yeah, I'd like to think that Gimilcad is maybe a little bit more composed, but ultimately he is still a product of his people. And the Black Númenóreans are post the voyage to Valinor. They are not the good guys. But neither are we the worst thing for the world either, which is worth bearing in mind. We are effectively saving the world from Sauron's vision for it, at the very least. Right, we do need to be a little bit careful, like I said, a bit of more of a compact formation because of the Variag Lancers. So we'll have our both units of Rosadan footmen on the 2 flanks, and then everything else we shall have a little bit more towards the middle. On this flank we'll have all of our swordsmen, and then we shall group together our line infantry, including the mighty Ar-Adunaim armsmen. Mordor don't have anything in the line infantry stakes that can match them. Hello there, George. Good to have you around. Right, we'll have a unit of halberds at the back just to keep things under control as well, and the last thing should be the seaward spears, if I'm not mistaken. Where are they? Yeah, there they are. So they are... Actually, no, yeah, the Azrazair Marines as well can sit at the back, because otherwise they'll be targeted by all the Black Uruk archers because of their missile damage. The crossbows are over here, which are a good anti-cavalry tool as well, so I guess we'll put the seaward spears there. Undoubtedly we'll have to move forward because we are the attackers on this occasion. Actually, we've got our units hidden, which means they should actually come towards us. Right, are you going to fire? Yes, you are. Good. Hey there, Llama Boy. Right. Good thing about having the Abrazanim Nadubawib as well is they should be able to outskirmish the Black Uruk archers without too many issues, especially with the armour upgrades. We don't have the steel bowman-like punch that the Northern Dunedain have, but we do have the armour of Numenor, as it was. What are we firing at here? Is there anything good we can target down? No, I think it's really just a case of shooting in at what you please, just holding your ground and doing the business. Yeah, they're still in range, so I mean they're going to continue to take damage if they stay there like that. And that is, yeah, not a terrible unit. We have range superiority, we have the better terrain. And we can save our crossbow boys for later as well. Which will actually put you there for the moment, just in case the Variag Lancers do come forward, and we will, because the cavalry's over here, shift across with our seaward spears as well. We've got our shock infantry that can flank around. Those Nadubawib are... yeah, the Nadubawib are not a particularly damaging archer unit. I think it is 6 Val, which is pretty much like the base damage for like an Elven archer, but they're very beefy. And also they can do a decent job as like makeshift line infantry, so they're very much like the Balakith marksmen really in terms of what they are. But yes, they're the best archer we have, so that's I like the fact that the Dunedain have kept some of the thing, like the teachings of old Numenor, with like the steel bows and that sort of thing, and then the Ar-Adunaim have obviously got some of the other bits like the heavy infantry, the aggression. I think they are as good as the Osgiliath veterans. I don't know how much missile damage the Osgiliath veterans do. If it's 6, then I would say yeah, they're pretty much comparable to one another. But yeah, I really like the Abrazanim upgraded model. It's a really, really cool. Right, yeah, you're not firing at will, which is actually good. You run actually. Yeah, they're being able to make good use of most of their ammo here. Shields are pointing in the right direction for a lot of these Black Uruks, which is going to mitigate a fair amount of the damage, but so much of this army is actually halberds, which is good for us. Right, I think it's about time we started to get this train a-chugging down the tracks. We shall play our hand now, effectively. You can go there like that. And the shock infantry will start going wide. Don't have any cavalry as such, but... And we also have our javelin boys, which will go there. And I think that's just about it. We also have the halberdiers, actually, which we can move on to the front, because they have halberdiers of their own. They both have a 6 missile attack. I do prefer the reforged look to the Nadubawib. The Balakith units, I don't know, you know, At the base model, I would agree. I think the base Reforged model is nicer than the Ar-Adunaim at the start, where they've got like the more hot weather gear. But I really like the spectacle helms that these Ar-Adunaim have, with like the chainmail underneath them. So I think it is actually quite a difficult choice now, to be honest. Right, yeah, we're firing at them. Can you hit them? Not just yet. Right, you go there. We shall continue to fire. Yeah, 13% of their army killed already, which, considering our archers are not really designed for maximum damage, they're more designed for this sort of thing now, where they're getting fired back upon. Right, let's get all of you actually into guard mode. I like the idea of utilising guard mode perhaps a little bit more for this. Right, shoot at them. You go after them. Yeah. Ooh, that's no good. It's a bit of a shame. Flee! Flee for your lives! Oh, they're not even properly engaging me. Shameful! Alright, well with that, you actually can all get off of guard mode. And yeah, the Variag Lancers, they're not quite as beefy. They look pretty cool actually, so I guess they are fairly tough, but... Right. Orc Band. Where, yeah, there go the Ballista crew, which is good. Oh, actually, yeah, kill those Black Uruks. Right. You move there. You get up there. Ar-Adunaim Narduzagar can move forward. Yeah, this is good. Okay. Shoot at them. Their army is a little bit scattered and all over the place. Lots of infighting caused there, good. Ar-Adunaim Narduzagar, yeah, at this point it's really just a case of wrapping things up nicely. Yeah, actually let's just go forward. Ar-Adunaim Armsmen. Shore things up with the halberds as well. Having the punch of those crossbows is very, very nice as well. They do have a general somewhere, so that is something to bear in mind. Halberds. Yeah, we'll go, well, actually, yeah, one of those units can go after the halberds. And of course, the ability to throw our Nardubawi bin, should we absolutely require them, is always going to be a nice thing later on too. Yeah, they're going to try and go after our marines, but honestly I really don't mind that all that much. Actually, let's go into the guts of this fight. Slow it right down so that I don't have to constantly be further away. Ar-Adunaim Armsmen. I mean, the Black Uruks are not terrible units, but the quality is now getting away from Mordor a little bit. They need to be getting out temple units to face me, really, because they're something which I would actually be rightly quite scared of. The marksmen in particular are pretty much ideally suited for facing off against my army. Those Ar-Adunaim doing the business. There's a lot of archers back here. This is where some cavalry would be useful. But this was always intended to be more of a supporting army, more so than one that was actually doing most of the dirty work themselves. So this army can just sort of sit here. And they can shoot in there. Actually, you can just slowly pick away at them. And the Marines. That is one thing that is, aside from the Baruthiel's Watch, when you get some of your better skirmishers as the Ar-Adunaim, most of them are going to be good in melee. Right, get in there. Yeah, Black Uruks are in there. It would be nice actually to be able to utilise some of these Nardabaweeb sooner rather than later. Javelin boys doing their thing.
Only half the enemy force remains.
Right, yeah, they're almost out of ammo. You can get a Númenórean foundry in Isengard. I'm building a Númenórean foundry in Minas Tirith as we speak, actually. There's the Uruk bodyguard. Actually, with that in mind, you can actually try and snipe him out. Ah, right, you're out of ammunition at this stage, so you can actually move forwards and get into melee so that we can deal with this situation more promptly. You're out of ammunition as well. As are you. So the time has come. Everything will be sent in. Now we're getting stuck on our own ballistas. Frustrating, but not too surprising. Right, they're coming back now. Yeah, I think actually the crossbows can probably target down the general solely. I think in melee at this point they really don't have a prayer against us. Will be a battle in which we do take a few losses, the odd loss, but this is going to be Mordor's last army outside of the Lands of Shadow. So we can't complain too much about that. Yeah, there we go. Get in there. Those Uruk bodyguards should be taking losses heading up that hill in the way that they are. You get over there. You shoot at them. It's the only one you have really a clear shot at. Actually, go after the archers. And you are also out of ammunition. We'll keep the ballista back. There's no sense in risking them. Send our general out wide. Super late tier though. Dunedain play similar to the elves. Yeah, the Dunedain seem... Just having a look at Windy's campaign, the Dunedain do seem very skirmishy, especially early on, because you can't crank out units that quickly and you're immediately under pressure as the Northern Dunedain from a few angles. Oh yeah, they're finished. Finished at this level. But yeah, keep going after them. Yeah, it's nice having skirmishers that can hold their own in melee. Means you can really put the screws to an enemy force. Right, and I guess at this point you two can just shoot at them. A very orderly battle, this one. Right, and they're out of ammo now, so what have we got going on? They are going to die pretty quickly, but they're also the only ones that are near enough by for them to be useful. I think you can recruit Rohirrim Lancers in Calenhad. Yes, I can. I noticed that last part. Because you can recruit the peasant scouts, so I've already got the conscription camp on the way there. And hopefully what we can do is get some Rohirrim. It makes sense that we've got, even if it's not a lasting alliance, it makes sense that the Rohirrim would be like, okay, you're like ripping Mordor asunder, we will support you with some units. Hey there, Kedar. Nice to have you around. Right, we need to be a little bit careful of friendly fire in there. I'll just go after the Orc archers, actually. Yep, Uruk bodyguard. Yeah, go in there. Yeah, we haven't taken that many losses, I don't think. Yeah, 19%. Considering it was an army that didn't have that much in the way of trash in it, and it was a completely healthy army. And seeing as we are Númenórean, we're not going to skirmish in the fact that first campaign is the Northern Dunedain. Dunland declared war on me and I was getting attacked by 3 factions, then Ered Luin turned evil. That's what I do like about Dak, the fact that it can shift quite a lot. Like, this campaign would have been actually very easy, perhaps overly easy, if the Haradrim had not done what they did early in the campaign. Because if they hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have had to contend with the unreliable traits that I've been given throughout this campaign, and it would have made it, honestly, a bit too easy. Right, yeah, they're breaking en masse now. Those Orc archers are dying. The Uruk bodyguard is there. Yeah, go after them. Okay, crossbows. You are actually out of ammo, so you can just hang out there. Baruthiel's Watch can charge in. Black Uruk halberds about to perish as well. We may be able to kill them to the last man here. The Rohirrim are still fine though, Xavier. Like that. That's pretty much, like, we can train the Amrothian squires as well, which by Dol Amroth standards are very average cavalry, but they're useful to us because that's where we are at our weakest ultimately with our mounted units. We have one, after all, that we can train. Actually, yeah, go after the Orc archers. Yeah, our line infantry did take a little bit of damage there, but we can retrain them. Gimmelthon is just meant to be the one that follows Gimmelkard's army around after all and just holds settlements down. And this is exactly the sort of purpose that we built this army for in the first place. Right, it's just the general that remains. There he is. Surrounded by, admittedly, out of ammo skirmishers. Yeah, the more I see them, the upgraded version of the Ar-Adunaim in Dak I actually prefer. Well, in our next campaign, regardless of... Well, not regardless, but there's a very high chance that, based on who we pick, Ar-Adunaim may actually have a say in how difficult the campaign is. There we go. Right, let's see if we can't run them down, because we should be able to catch them. Ar-Adunaim armsmen, yeah, go after them. I don't know if we can catch them per se, but yeah, we'll see what we can do. I want none of these lads remaining. A nice wintry battle. And over there are the mountains. The mountains of Mordor, which we have already claimed. Mordor's border belongs to us now. I guess Durthang doesn't, but shouldn't be too long before we can claim that as well. Okay, that's going to be pretty much it, isn't it? Yeah, we're not going to catch them, sadly. Just as we start the charge. Can we catch them? No, because they're not going to get there in time. Well, that's going to be the end then.
Be awed by the victory we have won here today.
Yeah, they shouldn't come back from that. They've taken too much damage. Let's have a little look at what got the kills, actually, before we move on. Crossbows did well over time. Gondor infantry did amazingly on the front line. The Seawoods, they were only really up against Cav, to be honest, on one unit, and they don't do their killing that quickly anyway. Yeah, 334. The Nardu Tariq, that armour-piercing edge to our line infantry is so useful against most factions in the game, to be honest. That's why I'm always a fan of, like, mace men and the like in Med 2. Well, armour-piercing line infantry, I suppose. You can make a unit armour-piercing with a sword if you wish. That's what the Uruk bodyguard themselves actually are. It's an interesting take on Minas Morgul, that. So used to sort of the green and the design from the movie. It's always interesting to see art that doesn't follow the movie exactly but still maintains the spirit of things. Right, we'll execute them. How many units did we get that healed?
An honourable, glorious victory.
Your orders, my lord.
Actually, that was a decent amount of heals. Our line infantry was down towards the 60s in some of those cases. That's not the case now. I get into Tarik Gimmelkard, where we can build something. We can't construct anything at all at the moment, so let's go for a Dark Temple. Ar-Adunaim isn't really the problem, it's Dunland's unpredictability. There's a lot of moving parts in Ar-Adunaim, though, which can determine how it goes. Like Dunland and what they do, Enidwaith and what they do. How strong Angmar can be, which depends on what choice Ar-Adunaim makes more often than not. What will Moria do? Because if Moria get bogged down on Khazad-dûm and the Anduin Vale on the other side of the mountains, the High Elves deal with the stacks that come their way very easily. But if they don't, if they do come at them with more strength, it's more the Dunedain that can actually suffer as a result of that. Right. Can we actually leave West Osgiliath with these two boys? Yes, we can. What about... kind of want the generals to remain. Okay, so we have that fort there. That's Henneth and Nunn, isn't it? Right, we don't really need to worry about free upkeep anymore, that's the thing, so we can just pile in. A lot of these units are highly basic, but that'll be enough to deal with actually a decent force because of the ballistas. And now it's just a matter of waiting for them. The only unit of the Ar-Adunaim I don't like are the armsmen. Their look is a bit weird. I don't mind them, to be honest. I do prefer the Abrazanim look when it's upgraded, to be honest. But,
Journeying onward.
right, so we'll move him. We've also got our diplomat, who we've already struck up an agreement, an accord, with Dorwinion. So let's start heading up this way towards Dale.
Tomorrow's journey planned out.
The only people we want to be trading with and friends with, after all, are other humans. We may be the pinnacle of humanity, or that's how we see ourselves, but yeah, we'll go for a shipwright. We're building something there already. I think that's pretty much everything. Yes, this is what we were doing.
Yes, sir. Full sail.
And the army, we don't have any movement actually, so we'll move there and then we'll start moving the reinforcements up, which a lot of these units are strong. Got more Baruthiel's Watch as well. Finally we got some Baruthiel's Watch that are not Gimmelthon. This one, yeah, we need a militia armory. We're not really going to be recruiting from the Chasm of the Fallen, as we have christened it. Right, the Witch King, he's more than welcome to come this way. It'd be interesting if a Doomstack has spawned. I think this army's not amazing, like I said, but it is strong enough to withstand most things. Especially with the Blackgate battle map, it's one of those which you can very, very easily hold for. Right, hopefully Enedwaith attack Can Urud this turn. Or even if they don't, actually, we can surround them, so not the end of the world. Rohan pushing Mordor back, presumably. I think the armsman should have a more Númenórean-style helmet. Yes. I think maybe like a black armour version of something like the Royal Legion of Ar-Menelaus would be pretty good. I mean, to be fair, like, isn't that what the Harbingers of Castamere are? More or less. Something like that. With the gold trim, but like the dark colour aesthetic, and they are attacking us, which is good. I think that would be really good, actually. I like that idea the more that I think of it. Right, we'll just save it just in case of any crashing shenanigans.
Attack!
This fortress has seen quite a lot of action, so has this general. You can tell because he's got a ton of stars now. Just a random dude. Right, yeah, this settlement is so nice to defend as well. So yeah, they're all out here. Again, they're coming at us with siege towers again, which is not going to go very well for them. Right, we'll just get all of our infantry ready to go. Anything else back here? Yep, Narduzagar, you will definitely be required on the front line. Because you are ideal against Enedwaith, because AP is not all that important against them. And we have those Southron defenders. The Mouth of Sauron a general in the game? The Mouth of Sauron is the Mordor diplomat, Jacob. I've seen him running around in both campaigns at this point. Right, Azrazair archers. What do command stars even do? It gives you a better odds in the auto-resolve, I think, as well as higher morale val. Which is why there was that one auto-resolve we did that one time against Adrahil, which went horrendously wrong, because he's obviously a maximum star general. Other than that, right, yeah, archers need to get down here. Right, can we do as we're told, or are we just completely ignoring commands? There we go. Marvellous. Right, you... I think actually we could probably get away with having a unit of archers up there if we've got a small enough unit that would fit. Will you fit up there? You will. So yeah, you can just go ahead and fire your arrows up there. Rosadans. So yeah, at this point, I think we are good to go. They're down there, which actually we shall move to here. So yeah, if they come in through the gate, which undoubtedly they will. Right. So we want enough units that we can... So yeah, we've got Narduzagar, 2 units of Narduzagar, as well as Javelin and Archer support and Marine support. That should be more than sufficient to hold there. Nardu Tariq. Right, we want another infantry unit if we can. Yeah, the Naran Roar Guard will be good enough. These towers are going to get absolutely destroyed anyway. Everything else, I think we should be golden. Same sort of thing, because undoubtedly they will try to force their way through, which is something the AI tends to do if you don't have anyone on the town centre. Oh yeah, we still have you actually. You go there. We've got a lot of Azra-Zair archers actually, don't we? Right, I'll tell you what actually, you can go back to the town centre and just guard it. Territorial Guardsmen. We've got more Territorial Guardsmen on the way anyway. When you upgrade a settlement as the Ar-Adunaim... I haven't upgraded this settlement to be fair, Xavier, and no, because Anulonda's got like the Eastern Men aesthetic to it, and we did upgrade that one. So I think the look of it changes. I'm not sure if the layout itself changes though. I would guess it does, but like only a little bit. Right. So yeah, they're going to go around the back.
The enemy siege tower has reached our walls.
Right, get up there. Not going to go very well for them, this, is it? Especially with all of our anti-cavalry here.
Curses. The enemy are battering down our gates.
Hey there, Centre Swift.
Tower is naught but kindling now.
Best thing in auto resolve is auto win attacker when the game crashes. Yeah, I mean, if it crashes and you were winning the battle substantially, that is what I would do as well to sort of correct that problem. But I haven't had to do the auto win just yet, fortunately. Right, move them there and start them firing at the River Elders. They don't really stand a chance actually against the River Elders now that I think of it. But perhaps 2 units of Azra-Zair archers will. Yeah, you do your thing. Okay, so they have... That siege tower has completely been destroyed.
Our enemy's ladders have reached our... The enemy's ram has breached the gates.
So we will, I guess, move these guys down again. The inevitable... yeah, here they come. Leading the way with their shock infantry, which is wise, at least. But right into the dreaded V formation. Let's start firing away. Moot Keepers are decent. Among Enid-Wythe units, they are probably the unit which can do the best against me in melee, but... Shouldn't they have a similar architecture to the other Númenórean descendants? Well, they do. It's just different. It's not the Gondorian look. Right. We'll just throw them in. Right, yeah, shoot at them. even a unit like this, which the River Elders are among the best. Are the River Elders? I think they're the ones with body-piercing javelins. Maybe? One of Enidwaith's... No, it's not. It's the Guardians of Enidwaith, isn't it? But one of the Enidwaith units is arguably one of the most devastating units in the game. Because of the body-piercing javelins. They're actually a menace with that. Right. Yeah, you can just stand there like so. You can move over here. And you can get down there. Victory seems certain. Again, a lot of their units are much stronger than stuff like our Southron Defenders and Territorial Guardsmen. It's just the manner in which they elect to fight is perhaps not the wisest course. Yeah, they can just keep firing. Again, loads of these units to be easily replaced at this point. We can recruit Rosadan in this settlement now as well, so the only thing we can't really retrain too easily is stuff like the Abrazani, but we don't necessarily need them. Right. Yeah, fire at them. There we go. This will be the end of this army in double quick time now. I'll get you back here. Where are you? Ah, you're there. The Guardians can actually cut down Eregian Smiths. Yeah, body-piercing, armour-piercing javelins, if you can get them into the right... I mean, it is essentially what the Demons of the Desert are in Reforged. I think they don't have the same like mass, so they don't knock people over like the Demons of the Desert do. But the damage, the actual damage they do is very much the same, I think. Yeah, we've got our Household Guard on the front line. It is nice having a General's unit. It's not the most damaging General's Bodyguard unit, the Ar-Adunaims, but it is nice having one that is as beefy.
Only half the enemy force remains.
Get some Azrazair Marines in there. They'll be better against the River Elders than very poor Azrazair Archers will be. The War Chanters are in there at this point. Yeah, go after the River Elders as well. The formation is still strong, so they're not able to force their way through on this occasion, which is gratifying. Try and get you around to this side. Are they going to rout? They are. Marvellous. Is that some River Elders are starting to sneak their way through. So again, what's your favourite faction? Mine's Ered Luin for the pikes, mortar, grape shots, and rune for that sexy gold finish. I think I would need to play more in Divide and Conquer. I have an idea about which I would go. I mean, to be fair, the Ar-Adunaim are the kind of faction that I quite like because I like the infantry, the focus on solid survivable infantry as well, and then supporting with solid skirmishers. The conscription mechanic only plays into that more. So I would say of the two I've played at the moment, I do actually prefer the Ar-Adunaim to Lothlorien, because Lothlorien early on especially, it was very skirmishy. A lot of that may have to do with the fact that we were in a very sketchy situation. The lack of rangers in Reforged. Will the game need rebalancing? That's what they're going to do, George. Don't think it is as deadly. It's a similar sort of thing though, isn't it, Val, with the Demons and the Guardians of Enidwaith? I can see why they're not in DAC, because it's one of those. It's the kind of unit where if you made them as strong as the Demons of the Desert, as Enidwaith, you would try to get a stack of only them. Whereas something like the Gorvaleg and the Hinidao, maybe more so the Gorvaleg. Do the Haradrim have Oliphants? Yes, they do, Jacob. They have the Mumakil. It's effectively their Uber unit. They're very difficult to use in this as well, though. It's just how Medieval 2 is with their Elephant class units. And the Mumakil, they're so massive that they take damage really easily, so it doesn't really matter how tanky you make them. They're going to be taking hits fairly constantly. Right, they've probably got something which has locked morale in here. Yeah, like I said, I like the... I feel like I would probably enjoy the High Elves, but then... Who wouldn't enjoy the High Elves with how powerful a lot of their units are in this game? Do you still have ammo? No, you do. Fire at them, if you please. Mordor have got an equivalent unit as well to the Mumakil, which is the Great Beasts. Which are a little bit smaller, actually, which in some ways, I guess, makes them a little bit more user-friendly, but... Yeah. Like I said, I do like my heavy infantry. I like having a solid faction, overall, is what I would say. So the Dwarves and the High Elves would obviously appeal, but also in terms of numbers, I would probably quite enjoy Isengard as well, among the evil factions. We'll have to wait and see, though. Like, a lot of this is all down to sort of like the experiences and the emergent gameplay, to coin a phrase, that happens in each campaign. And like the struggles we had as Lothlorien were entertaining, if nothing else. Yeah, we'll go out there. Hunt them down. The only annoyance with the elves is how long it takes to get the units. It's true, but like if you have like a full stack of their higher tier units, you only need like half stacks to beat the enemy comfortably. What have we got going on here? Right, shoot them. They are running for the hills. And I don't think there's anything left near the walls.
The battle is very much in our favour. Victory will be ours.
Yeah, go over here. And yeah. We'll use up our ammunition first. So the beasts. Yeah, that's the ones, Jacob. Feanor did nothing wrong. The Teleri were asking for it. Right, enough of this nonsense. We'll send over Anakor, I think his name is, to finish off these foresters of Haleth.
Behold,
There we go.
cowardly
Didn't even get there in the
are
end.
utterly vanquished.
Yeah, Ered Luin. I think Ered Luin are probably the most user-friendly of the dwarves, because the access to crossbows means you have probably the most well-rounded ranged contingent. And the pikes mean that in melee, while you can, if you have like full pikes, it'll be a slow process. Like it's a pike and shot situation, isn't it? And it's very effective. They've got a cool look as well, the Ered Luin dwarves. Right, yeah, get rid of them. We're not being nice to Enedwaith anymore and offering to ransom their units back. We're just executing them en masse. They can send raids against us all day long, and we will crush them one after the other. The Haradrim going to try and bribe settlements? Doesn't look like it. The Elven elites aren't actually that strong. They're about as good as the human elites, like the Fountain Guard. Rioting. Oh, for crying out loud. What is this? Right, let's repair. You two. And... Right, how much do we actually have? So yeah, we can start combining some of these units at this point, because we have reinforcements on the way. So we don't need to keep all of these units. In fact, we don't need to keep you at all, as Razair. Archers I will keep, because you have the potential, at least, to be useful. But yes, with all of these in there, that's a more solid looking force. We can actually get away with disbanding another unit, because the other two slots can be taken up by a defender. So I guess it's curtains for you, because the raiders can be used in more of a We could go for some siege as well, but I'm not going to bother at the moment. Anulond. Wait, you don't execute every unit you come across? Depends, Centre. I was trying to repair my relations with Enidwaith at one point to get peace, but there's no need for that anymore.
Ships ready. Set sail.
Right, we have Balorn, so yeah, let's blockade that port.
Port blockaded.
So they can't build any more of their annoying little dragon boats to come and get me. Right, construction report actually, yes. Pretty much... Oh, it's just a vacuum. Wonder what that was then. Vacuum cleaner in distance. Hello, knight. Praise Aldmaries, not Talos. I don't know, man. Depending on what you call him. Lorcan? An aspect of Lorcan, perhaps? Yeah, we're starting to really actually get some really nice replenishment on these units as well, which is gratifying to see. Possibly another one of those. We'll go for another unit of Seaward Spearmen as well. Look at the cash. We're just rolling in cash. We can't actually build anything else in Can Gimmelzor now. We have reached capacity. We are operating at maximum. In a lot of places, actually. Barad-dur. Anything else useful we can build here? We go for public baths, just to make everyone a little bit happier. Tirithoros, we're not military build policy, boys. Less of that foolishness. We'll go for a militia armory, just in case Cand decide that they want to choose death by opposing us. Although they could take those settlements quite easily if they decided to stab us in the back now. One more turn for that. Ah, good. We have strongest faction. We have completely rebuilt Osgiliath. Our handiwork in full effect. So... yeah, Dark Temple. The time has come for more culture. A grand bazaar. And I think that's pretty much it. Callanhad, we want the Barracks of True Sons because, yeah, we can train Rohirrim. And Aerid Skirmishers. So a Javelin Cavalry unit, which is very nice. Lorcan is a false deity who stole the Myr's godhood by delusions of creation and mortality. I saw a meme once of Talos saying, if elves hate being alive so much, why don't they just kill themselves? I do like the Elder Scrolls lore though. It's a little bit wacky in places, and recently they haven't been making the best use of it, but there's a lot of decent stuff there.
Ships ready.
Right. Yes. We could have you... Yeah, we'll just move you forward. That is actually a really strong force now that I look at it. Yeah, so you can just stay there in Ostathiel for the time being. And... still not able to build exactly what we want here. Got to destroy all the towers. Until the brass tower lands on Somerset for the second time. Bloody Numidium. Anyway, before I forget myself, let's see what we can build. Yes, sure, why not? Militia armories wherever we can. Ardamir still building stuff there. Tal al-Jaf still upgrading. Kadar Farazindil. So yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can truly do at this stage. Actually, yes, there is, isn't there? We can start pushing in and go after the settlement, which is just in here. That one. So we shall move forward. And Gimmelthorn, we shall move there. What is with all these Elder Scrolls lore? Okay, yeah, so then we'll have these boys. Yeah, I think this is all we need really to take this, to take Mordor at this point. We've got two armies which are decently strong. We've got the one guarding Moran on. We've got reinforcements on the way. If need be, we can also move up some Rosadan units from here that have got the full armour upgrades. And we can hopefully start... Yeah, so it's looking very much actually like the final action will be to go after the High Elves. Skyrim made really poor use of the Elder Scrolls lore the more you look at it. The Nords themselves weren't really what they should have been. I suppose Oblivion was even more guilty for that, to be honest with you. They tried to explain it away in a kind of interesting fashion, but ultimately you can't get away from the fact that they just wanted to make it more like Lord of the Rings. Some of the Morrowind era stuff was really quite something. Erebor is besieged, so the crusade for Erebor continues, but it's probably going to be at the expense of Sauron's heartland. There's more rioting in Tharagondost. You lads really need to get over it. Right, do we need to... No, they're still reasonably healthy. God, for crying out loud. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to use these boats defensively. I don't want to, but they're just all of these little dragon boats. If you try to go to Mithlond, I doubt much elven resistance will be there. The High Elves, when controlled by the AI, are a joke. Yeah, but it's a thematic end, I suppose, to the campaign. If hopefully Mordor do something. What have we here? We've got the Zagar. And we've got a whole bunch of little armies over here. The Witch King is Balaknar Sunfire. They don't know what to do they? Because they're kind of trapped at this point. Their realm is split, so the AI is probably having a meltdown. Right, you can go in there. And do we have any... No, we don't have any armies heading up this way now, so it's just a public order concern. Right. Let's do all our construction first. So, Ardamir. Okay, yeah. So, this down here. Can we actually build anything else here at this point? We're getting to the end of most of what we can do. Trade routes would actually be useful. Ooh, hello. Are you at war with me? Try it. I dare you. I dare you. Make my day. So, actually, what sort of army have we got in here again? Yeah, that'll be sufficient. Trollman. This will be a ballista tower place as well, so look at all of this as well. So we actually, with that, we should probably go for a Great Hall so that we can potentially start churning out units at a higher rate. And actually as well, we can start getting more units onto the field. I've got money to burn, so I can form up armies so easily. So it's going to be a problem for them. Tell you what, though, we could probably do. We'll need another fleet at some point, I think, just to carry some of our troops. A couple more for. We'll go for some of them. Harad will never change. Once a traitor, always a traitor. Yeah, they've got this as well. They're making a move now, I think. So we will actually need to build some units over here, which we actually neglected a little bit. Our troops there. We don't quite have enough movement to get in there. Right. They'll take 3 turns. We need sort of instant units, I think. So we'll go for some footmen. And yeah, I mean, we've got Karagmir that we need to look at. Tal Al Jaff, we need to recruit some more units. Go for a couple of them, and then possibly a unit of Marines. And Kadar Farazindil. A couple of pikes, and let's go for some Hashari blades. Harad is rightfully Ar-Adunaim clay. All protests are negated as false claims of superiority by the blessed bloodline of Ar-Adunaim. Well, I mean, the choice is theirs. I can muster a force to face them down and destroy them if need be, but that would actually mean that we wouldn't need to actually go after the High Elves, I think, because it would give us an excuse to use these units here. That's a lot of upkeep we've got heading up there. Ar-Adunaim should be pretty damn good against Harad as well. So they have scattered these armies. We've got a lot of stacks roaming around here, but again, like, they can throw themselves against the wall, they'll break themselves, and then that will be the end of matters. So with that, actually, we will cancel this fleet, go for a unit of you, and a couple of units of extra halberds as well. If we need a fleet, we'll just go down there, because there's no real turn limit on right, you can go across there. Good thing we kept all of these units just hanging out. You can go down there. And this is a settlement where you can actually build Harad, and kicking Harad to the dust would be well deserved. Have you heard of the High Elves? There's no need to get violent. I'll go for a unit of trollmen and then a couple of units of basic spears. Yeah, okay. Good, good, good. Ardamir we're building. So yeah, the emptying of our forts and the mobilisation of our southern armies at long last. Balaketh, building stuff there. Right, anyway. So now, down to business.
Yes, my lord.
The foe stands against us.
We shall engage.
Captain Uthug has got trash. Captain Grishnaz is trolls. So their reinforcements are trolls. But fortunately we have artillery. I don't understand why the balance of power is like that, but
We attack.
we'll deal with them. Leaving for a while? I hear they come from Linden. See you, George. I love that guy's videos. The Oblivion meme videos that he makes are spot on. Right, anyway. So, here we are, the vast, featureless plains of Gorgoroth. But that actually helps us on this occasion, I think, because it will be easy to envelop and destroy a small force such as the one that Mordor has at their disposal. And we also have missiles. You don't need to be on skirmish mode. You can stand there like so. We have cavalry. And, right, okay, so spears. You can go behind here. Having said that, they don't really have cavalry at this point. You can go there. And the rest is pretty much line infantry. Which will be useful. They'll be able to deal with basic trolls without too many issues, I would think. Go there, and then Ar-Adunaim, I guess, can go on this flank over here.
The enemy have brought up more men.
Ah, right, so they have two reinforcing armies that okay. Makes a certain amount of sense. The thunder of Mordor. It's nice to be here, laying waste to the foul creatures of this land. That wasn't an amazing shot, so let's just move you out to the flank. The Ar-Adunaim can go with them, and the line infantry can follow the artillery just in case the trolls decide to go for it. Erebor or Khazad-dûm? Erebor may very well be the next campaign, actually. More so for its map position, because it's a part of the world we haven't really seen. And also we haven't, like, it makes sense to be dwarves. All of the orc factions near enough, aside from Gundabad, Erebor or Gundabad would be perhaps two. Medtu is the most pleasing to witness. Well, I think the thing that makes that the case is the fact that Medieval 2 has got more weight to it. I think it would be fair to say. Right, what is this? What is this unit which is lagging behind? Is it a unit we need to be concerned about? Yes, because it's halberds. Okay. What have we got over here? We have got more foul orcs. Ah, this is the Nazgul, isn't it? This might be Mr. Zagar, who is Temple Marksman. Which, you know, that is fairly concerning. This is the problem with having an army which is based around its artillery might. When you're on an open field like this and the AI does their thing where they run to a corner, it can be quite a drawn-out affair. That was rather fortunate, actually, on their part. They didn't take all that much damage. Ah, hello. Right, careful, Gimmelcard. Right, you go there. Catapult's actually probably more useful as supporting tool. But for trolls, we can utilise you. Know about Ar-Adunaim ring script, right? Yeah, I do know about that one, Santa Swift. But I wouldn't want to be an evil campaign. I wouldn't want to do an evil campaign immediately following this one, because this one is effectively evil as well. So I would want to be on the good side of things, which is why Ar-Adunaim actually isn't an option, because it is a part of the world we haven't been in yet, but we'll get Gimmelcard in there.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
Charge, skewering a couple of trolls, I hope. Right, yeah, we don't want to be shooting at them now with the ballista though, because the chances of calamity increase quite a lot. And, right, just keep an eye on those bloody Temple Marksmen. This is what our support army was for, though. A situation like this where we take a little bit of damage. Trolls doing some good damage against our Narun Aru Royal Guard, but they are being laid low ultimately. Yeah, basic trolls, like they're not Olag high, so at the end of the day they're not supremely scary. Right, we will put you there. We will put you there. And you shall go out there. We shall try to deal with the reinforcement column with this bunch. Right, trolls mostly dealt with. Are there new factions? You mean in Divide and Conquer? I do not believe there has been for a while. That's their general, isn't it? Or the general of one of the armies. Doesn't really matter because this guy's the troll one. There he goes, yeah, it was. One of the bunch, anyway. Right, we definitely want to steer clear of the Temple Marksman with Gimmelcard. It's one of the things I would be genuinely worried about. Oh, that's... Wait, what are they doing there? Right, whoa, 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 whoa. Temple Marksman. Insane levels. Okay, well with that in mind then, if they're going for that, we will roll forwards with you. And also with you. Yeah, take care of him. Point blank shots. A bizarre choice by Zagar to come over here. What's he actually firing at? The ballista, perhaps? Or whatever he's firing at, it's not going to work out too well for him. Go on, charge speed, here we go. Melee cavalry or no? Yeah, there we go. That's decent. Right. And then you... Can you download this game on laptop? Sure you can.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
Wait a second, no. Yeah. Shoot, 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 shoot. Right. Right. You can move over here now. Oh yeah, we still have the I completely left behind our Farazon's faithful. What a fool I am. Yeah, those temple marksmen are absolutely doomed. Orc band. Well, that's a little bit frustrating that they slip through like that, but we can deal with them with a swift cavalry charge, I think. What do I miss? Not much to the nation. We're just pushing into Gorgoroth. Yeah, I think, well, Harad hasn't actually declared war on me yet, I don't think, because it didn't come up with a notification, but they're moving full stacks into my land. Right, get out of there. Right.
The enemy general abandons his...
Marvellous.
Our men of the enemy are badly blooded.
There goes the
They
Nazgul.
have lost
Yet
half
another
their
one
men.
falls before us. Ooh, that's embarrassing on their part. As you would expect from Orc Band, I suppose. Black Uruks are broken. Black Uruk archers are on the verge of routing. Rosadan footmen can chase them down. Yeah, we can actually chase them down to destruction on this occasion because of our cav. My faithful.
The enemy army flees the field. Pursue and run them down.
Wouldn't be for the Ar-Adunaim though. Faithful is not a word they enjoy.
Enemy general.
Wait, we captured him.
Well and make it so he can see us defeat the
No,
rest
we
of his
will
army.
continue. Go after those Black Uruk halberds. There's one Orc band remaining. Right, they can go like so. Yeah, they're getting chased as well, actually. Not good news for them. So yeah, good. A smaller battle, this one, but, you know, slowly but surely this army is feeling the effects of that attrition. I think they're going to get away, aren't they? Yeah. And then there's something still in the middle over here. It's just a one guy, one Orc band. He lives still. Not for much longer though, because those crossbows are going to finish him off. And there he goes. Okay, that'll do.
Be awed by the victory we have won.
Orcs there were, and trolls and dragons and fell beasts. Yeah, the faithful are... Well, the Black Numenorians are not the faithful, is probably the... The Black Numenorians do not like the Valar, the faithful do. It's a very simple way of looking at it, but that is essentially the situation. Gimmelcard's conquest continues.
Triumph.
Zagar is still there, interestingly enough.
Your order.
Okay, so we shall exterminate the populace.
Glory, honor.
Go for an armory again, as per the usual.
Our courage and honor.
2,000 coins. Right, actually we can kill them, can't we?
To battle. We have triumphed.
You're finished at this level, my
Your
friend.
orders, my lord.
Honorable, glorious.
And then go back into there.
Yes,
He is of no concern. There's a Mordor fort, so that's where Durthang is, which we need to keep an eye on. Hello there, Stefan. Trees, that sums the elves and the faithful up. Yeah, we don't do trees here. We're gonna make everything look like this, just a barren feature. Well, that's more Mordor's thing, isn't it? A barren, featureless, ashy desert. Black Númenóreans, at least as we are, anti-Sauron, would be a little bit more, show a little bit more nuance, I would expect. Right, and then there's Gimel Thon, which we've already moved everyone else, haven't we? This army will just follow him in. Gimel Thon can be the one to go after Durthang, I think. Okay. That's everything, really. Everything that we need. Ah, yes. Dark Shrine, definitely. We need to get that culture on the go. Mount Doom reached. You have reached Mount Doom. Well, kind of. So we shall save and pass the turn, I suppose, and see what the Haradrim decide to do. Will they attack us now? If they do, it means we're effectively at war on 3 fronts. Enidwaith, Harad and Mordor. If you think about it, Sauron lived a pretty efficient life. Isn't that what industrialization is all about? Being efficient? It's a big part of it. Now, Mount Doom is just a feature on the map, your enemy's friend. It's not like a settlement or a fort or anything. I do have another name for Durthang and for Barad-dur. Yeah, they cancelled our alliance just then. Here we go. Harad.
We must make a stand. We are besieged.
It's a big old force heading towards Gabel Merlond. Don't know if we can actually beat that. We might lose Gabel Merlond. Erebor falls. So, successful invasion. Despite many brave and honourable acts of self-sacrifice, they won that invasion. There's more rioting. Okay. Right then. Gabel Merlond. We can build more units, and we shall need to do so quickly. We should go for some pikes, I think, and unit of halberds as well. You enter there.
By your command.
Yeah, so we won't make it there just yet, but we can get into that fort. Tal al-Jaff. A foul betrayal,
Orders. By your command. We can go
but not one that is insurmountable by any means.
merging armies, my lord.
Sauron gave out friendships to 9 random guys so they could be friends forever. And let's see here, what do we want? More of you. Actually, no, we'll get a couple of axe units, I think.
My lord.
You can move along here.
Which?
Right, so we will get those 3 units at the end of our turn passing. Most of that is Cav as well. So, we'll go for a Great Hall then. The time has come to start building things up rapidly. Right, we've got a lot of Azrazair Raiders. Well, I can say a lot. 3 Azrazair Raiders. The rest is Rosadan, Trollmen, Southron Pikes. Good enough forces, and this guy is the heir. A lot of generals in this army apparently, but again, they're cavalry. Harad's generals are all Black Snake Guard, which we can deal with, I believe. They're not quite as beefy. This is a depleted army as well. He's actually sent this guy towards Tal al-Jaff. Right, so we're already building you. the end of this turn passing, we can also get a couple more units. So, do we need... We've already got some axemen there, so we will go for a couple more units of halberds. They're coming down here. This guy needs to stay in Umbar. This force is pretty scary. He may take Gabel Merlond, it depends. If he does he have siege? Can he attack it right away? It's still mostly cav though, isn't it? You go in there. Trollman warriors. I think this is a Candish settlement, isn't it? So actually we will send you down here as well, because this is some siege equipment. Right then. So from that perspective we just wait. A waiting game. It's a shame we can't turn the tax rate down here. Sauron is really a good guy. Yeah, he just didn't know how to properly express his friendship. A boat with 10 people on it is not enough to besiege a port. Or it shouldn't be. 13, much better. Yeah, we're crushing them at sea. Nothing heading down this way anymore. And Uland is still losing money. I think it's because it's just so far away from our capital. Surely that must be it. Sure. Just to build random things at this point. I'll go for a Dark Temple. Culture is nice, and because we have a culture that is shared by no one in the world, we're the only ones that can spread it. Ah yes, we can build more units. Which we should... Well, should we do? We actually don't really need to do that so much here anymore. Narduzagar. So concerned about 2 lost children in his realm that he sent out massive search parties. Yeah, he was just giving everyone jobs. It's not his fault that everyone's lazy. Right, can we... Still building that. Still unable to build what we truly want to. Okay, well we'll see how the situation develops with the Harad. This is...
I'm gonna stick you.
Yeah, I don't... The Black Gate battle map is weird though. If they attack me from both sides, it might actually be kind of awkward, but... Okay. Yeah, I don't think the elves will actually be feeling our wrath, because Harad have actually made this fairly interesting. Right, attack. Right, so yeah, you will move this way.
Yes, my lord.
He's Lundush. Again, very Aglances, but so like they're starting to panic a bit. You can tell because they're starting to hire really low quality units in greater numbers more quickly. Right, you can go in there. And everything else, you. Again, no, not military build policy. Uruk-hai, the new face of Gondor, says Time magazine. Perhaps trade routes. Calenhad, building stuff still. Karas Ast is an absolute dump because it's an orc encampment. Right, I think that's pretty much all we can do at this point. Well, actually, there is an Enidwaith ship there, pestering us as per the usual. Right then, let's see what the Haradrim do then. Because, well, actually, I suppose we could sally forth with Gimmelcad to... No, it's not worth it, actually, is it? This big army here is probably going to go off somewhere. There's nowhere for them really to go, though. Alright then. Orc lives matter? That's the most controversial thing you've said so far, Uriel. I don't think even orcs would say that orc lives matter. Right, come on then, Harad. What have you got for me? They could fracture my realm a fair amount here with this lightning strike. Mordor did not elect to attack me anywhere, so that slightly larger stack and the forces around Morannon did not choose to do anything, so yeah, they're going to besiege that.
We stand vigil as the enemy.
They are going to besiege this. Interested to see what that other army does.
We must make a stand. We are besieged.
I hope I don't have to sally out to attack any of these guys. I hope they don't just go for the approach of, okay, we're just going to endlessly besiege you, because that would be annoying. Settlement besiege, construction reports. Okay, good. Right, here. Right, we could, I think, actually take this army on. Or could we? We probably couldn't, actually. That's quite frustrating. Okay. Right, we'll pull back to here for now, because I think what we do need to do is we need some more ranged units post-haste. You two can go in there as well. Ranged units, crossbows, marines. Khaldun can train archers, yes it can. So we'll go for as many of them as we are able to. Right, that army is... They should attack us, and we will get access to a couple of units of Southron defenders. Not sure if that'll be enough, but we can make them bleed for it. Right. Okay. We'll just keep them there in reinforcement range. That should be enough to give them something to think about. I mean, this is a lot of armies they've got around here. A lot of big old stacks, so we may end up losing Kadar Farazindil, but we can take it back in short order. Mumakil are not that much of a concern for me, actually. I think I've got the tools to deal with them. You just shoot them from afar and let everything fall as it will. Go for another ballista, I suppose. Well, actually, we'll go for another unit of Naru Royal Guard. Can we build anything else? We're just upgrading Tal al-Jaf. Right. With all of this attention that they're bringing upon us, we will go this way with a mere captain stack and be annoying, hopefully. Could do with a ship, I suppose, to ferry things back and forth between Balaketh and this. We'll build some roads. You might have the danger of being the next Mordor. Well, the Haradrim will be under my thumb, presumably. We don't really need anything else from here at this point, though, I don't think. If we're going to recruit anything, we should do it on the front line when we are able. Right.
Your orders, my lord.
Your orders.
As you command.
Right, we will be fighting uphill on this occasion, I think. But let's do it.
Attack!
Harad were the ones that came crawling to me for peace several times. So I wonder if killing all of these stacks will make them rethink their position.
Units, await my orders.
Right then. Over here is definitely the place to be, isn't it? They're probably going to go back into that corner over there, but no matter. We will certainly have the ranged advantage here. Ah, you're already in a group. Good. Go there, and spears. You can go behind the archers. Shock troops can go behind you, because that'll be a good flanking force, and then line infantry. Nothing they have will be a match for that. Javelin boys. You. And that'll be that. These arrow holes are far too accurate to be me assigning people. It's like the game doesn't want you to end the stream early. Well, that's good. I was actually a little bit concerned that even if we did have to invade Mythland, I would just show up, there would be, like, Círdan would be alone in there and I would just squash it and that would be the end, but no. Ah, they've got great beasts. Marvellous. Yeah, they're going to go over there. I knew they'd do that, but... Oh, we've still got the Rosedans, which we forgot to move. We'll form up here. Get ready to go this way as well. You go there. And spears go there. You can always take Mythland. Oh, it depends. If there's no point if it's just a case of sailing all the way across. It depends on how long it takes to defuse the Harad situation and how long slogging through the rest of Mordor takes. But I think Mordor, when I rolled through their captured Gondorian territories as quickly as I did, I think that was always going to be curtains for them, really. Right then. Alright, we want to be going after the Great Beast with the Ballista, certainly. So we will be downhill of them, but I think Círdan has Mythland Nobles, so he wouldn't just squash it. Well, I mean, if he was on his own and I had a full stack that I just used to attack the settlement, yes, I would squash him that easily. Especially considering the stack that I would build would be made primarily out of my tier 3 units. Javelins can also do the business. Right, Ballista, go there. Line infantry, spears, anything not moving? Oh yeah, halberds. Okay. History be repeating itself. Yep. Do they have Mumakil in this army? It's not just a singular army, Jacob. There's probably like 4 or 5 actually that they have invaded us with, but most of their armies appear to be made up of cav, which is not going to do them any favours when it comes to taking Ballista Tower defended cities. Spearman? Wait, can we... Can't quite hit you yet. Right, where are we? Here we are. Move you. We don't want to be too gung-ho with them. And there are the halberds. Yeah, so we want to be shooting these orcs over here with our Nadabawib. We want to be shooting the Mumakil with our Ballistae. Right, you can actually move over here at this point, because I think we're going to be in range. And the line infantry will be required. They're just hanging out at the top of the hill there. And then, like so. Spears? This will be like Alexander in Persia. Ah, good, we're in range. Right, this might tempt them to come forward at some point. Ooh, Temple Marksman, eh? Right, let's... Yeah, so they are building temple units, which is interesting. Okay. Right, so I think it's about time actually that we started to move a little bit more swiftly. We've got that reinforcing army should we need it, especially with all the ranged units that are involved with that. Halberds can move forwards there. Okay. Any stray shots will also hit the orcs, so more than happy with this. Yeah, Temple Marksmen. These are Sauron's version of the Faithful, so we will show no mercy to them. Ah, they do have Variag lances as well. That's actually a bit of a concern now that I think about that, because we don't have any spears over on this side of things. Yeah, shoot at them. Javelin boys. Right, let's just get the infantry forwards now. Right, we do have the halberds though, which we will have to use as like a crutch, really. Right, fire at them. Ugh, this is a pain in the arse, these guys. Yeah, we're just going to get friendly fire at this point. Frustrating, very frustrating. Fire at them.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
Okay, well, we've got spears in there at the very least. Good. Bit of infighting. That's what we want to see. Right, we'll push forwards onto them. Right. They got caught up in the great beasts, but nothing to be worried about there. And then spears. That guy is breaking. Good. No, 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 no. What are you doing? Variag lancers hit them. Right, messy. Very messy, in fact. But yeah, you get up there. I wonder if they could mess around in the files to change war cries. I mean, they have to a certain extent. I know it's possible. What is going on there? They are wavering. They're trying to force their way through, actually, which is a little bit weird. Like, they could have charged my archers then. Okay. Collapse in on them then.
The enemy are badly bloody.
You get over
They
there.
have lost half their men.
They are wavering. Right, shoot them then. You go after them. Temple Marksman. Yeah, that was very, very messy, but yeah, that's going to really hurt as well. Completely missed the fact that they had Variag lancers, but I mean, it's not going to matter in the end. At most, they will be an unfortunate annoyance. Right, these spears keep getting caught up on things. What are they doing over here? Where did those halberdiers go is my question. There they are. Get after them. Hearing an angry man scream, Angalun Unguda Ki, sounds better than forward, forward. Well, you won't hear me argue with that. Yep, another charge. There we goes. Go over there like so. Yeah, let's reform our archers actually into a more useful shape. And yep. We have our siege still, so Durthang is in our sights. It is slow going through Mordor though, which is why I started half an hour early today, because I knew that a bit of extra time could be required depending on how Mordor get themselves in order. Right, temple units are probably locked morale, aren't they? That's probably what's going on here. I would assume. Yeah, there's one that, the one that remains. Right. No.
The enemy army flees the field.
Yeah, we'll end the battle
This
there.
is a clear victory.
Durthang is where they get their temple units from there. So if we take it, we cut off their supply of those units, which are by far and away the most challenging thing for us to deal with in Mordor's roster. The marksmen more than anything because of those AP arrows. They have remembered the art of the steel bow, but it's not going to save them. We also don't get a unit of shock infantry that's as good as the temple wards, because all of our tier 3 units are sort of more defensive units, spears, pikes and line infantry. Good tidings.
An honourable, glorious victory.
Durthang is quite a small region.
Yes.
Right, we shall assault it at once.
We shall prevail.
They might get defenders, but... Oh, it's Lundush. This is where he retreated, but he split his stack up, I guess sending stuff up to Balaknar. They do have Temple Marksmen, they have Olag High. Not a joke, but easy enough for us to deal with, I think.
Muster your courage, men. We march into battle.
Sucks you can't make them. Yeah, I think they didn't want the Ar-Adunaim conscription system to allow you to make the tier 3 units from factions, because it would make them like too well rounded. Like if you get access to like Fountain Guard and Temple Wards and Swan Knights, like you would have no weaknesses, you would undoubtedly be the strongest faction in the game. Durthang. Menacing looking place, isn't it? Right. You shall go here like so. Crossbows we will probably leave back for most of the battle. Depending on the situation on the ground will depend on whether we can utilise you. You will go there. Spears. Again, I wish you only had to do this once, but they weren't thinking of that back in 2006, evidently. This is the force we're going to be depending on most of all. And then possibly the Narduzagar as well, because they can definitely do the business. By tier 3, do you mean ultra elite? Well, like that, based on like when you get them in the barracks, there are like 3 tiers to the units, generally speaking. So like when you start out, for example, for me, level 1 of the barracks is the Rosadan units. The Azrazair are kind of different because they're region locked, but most factions have got this thing where with each level of the barracks you get an extra tier of recruitment. I guess Bree don't, but Bree are a bit different again, aren't they? Right. What do we have here? What sort of situation have we got inside the walls? This is a pretty cool little settlement, actually. This is the Black Numenorian Keep for Sauron. But we will be changing its purposes to suit us a little bit more. Right. Go ahead and fire at them. Might be thinking about how Rome 1 works. You can side with Sauron. Right, so now we just wait. Knock down that gate with the ballistae and then roll on in. I think we'll lead the way with our Narduzagar and then follow up with the line infantry, because they do have Olag High. Maybe it would be a good idea to send the javelins up with them as well, just to do a bit of extra damage potentially to the trolls. It's a big gate, so they can scarcely miss. I hope. Come on, lads. Surely it must be nearly destroyed by now. Thank God for that. Strong gate. Right then. Okay, so they're in there. I mean, we could actually get some... right, First things first, though, we definitely need to get our swordsman in first and foremost. So let's just pause. Can we go up there? Possibly. Okay, yeah, we can. So send these lads in. They might be a little bit tired by the time they get there, but they'll have to make do with that. Javelins can move forward. We're actually going to just send forward our armor-piercing line infantry and maybe the armsmen as well. Yeah, I guess. And then crossbow boys. It's one of those settlements that it's going to be super awkward to maneuver in, unfortunately. It looks cool, but it's functionally a little bit awkward. I think we can get up onto the walls here, can't we? If we can, then we absolutely... Oh no, it's a building, so we can't. That's a little bit disappointing. Just a bit. Get some seaward spearmen on the go as well, I suppose. And then the halberds can arrive a little bit later when the situation on the ground is more favourable. Right. I think Gimmelthon is the one that's up front because he probably is a little bit quicker. We don't want him leading the way. Okay, now you can move. We can get into a position over here, potentially to shoot.
Their worth today. The enemy's walls belong to us now.
Yeah, you can go there, and then... Right, so yeah, they're going to start shooting at us with their temple marksmen, which means we're just going to have to move on in, I suppose. Unfortunate, but what are you going to do, right? Yeah, get up there. Get them into position. God, they are a deadly, deadly unit. That's the problem with the... You get over there so you're not taking quite that much damage. And hopefully now we won't be allowing them to fire any more. Dulga Cass would be cool for the Black Gate. Yeah, it would actually. Chasm of the Fallen is what I've called Cirith Ungol. Get some Ar-Adunaim armsmen in there. Yeah, we'll get the... Actually, we do want to be a little bit, maybe more conservative than we're currently being. Oh, they don't even have the range? Rubbish. Useless. Okay, you move up here then. Just get yourself out of harm's way. If you're going to be useless, at least do so when you're not in the way of other units. Yeah, okay, so yeah, obstructions are a problem on this map. It's fair to say. Okay. Yeah, fire at them. You need to run. Can you rebuild Minas Ithil? I'm not sure. I would assume so. Oh, they're firing point blank. It's so annoying that that can happen, but at least they're not able to... At least the Olag High haven't been committed forward yet, I suppose. Osgiliath has been rebuilt, Uriel. I've rebuilt both sides of it.
Good tidings.
There we go.
The general lies dead.
Most fortuitous. Just out of range of the Olag High. You aren't though. And now, nor are you. can get in there. Okay. Is there another way around? I think there is, isn't there? That's unfortunate. I thought this was unpassable terrain because of how it was laid out, but I guess we can get you across from there. Actually, with that in mind, let's stop you, and you can go back down here and get ready to move in from there. Not even the faith in my trees could fix their problems. Temple units are real nasty. So yeah, this is probably going to be one of the more costly victories. We are going to have to suffer through. No, we can't go that way, can we? No. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, this is just a building. Weird. Yeah, this settlement looks nice, but on closer reflection it's actually not amazing, is it? There are problems, to say the least. Where on earth are you going? Can you maybe not be in melee with them? It's only a matter of time before they fall by the wayside at this point, Mordor. Our units are just too strong on average for them. The Olakai will take their fair share, but yeah, and our Narduzagar are slowly but surely working their way through. Those halberds, how are the faithful getting on? Sauron's faithful, that is.
Half the enemy force remains.
Slowly but surely we're destroying them. Yeah, those Olakai are a bit of a pain, but oh well. They should be coming in through the gate now, shouldn't they? There they are. Man, it'd be really nice if you could actually use this high ground over here and it wasn't just worthless. Hold on a minute, let's see if we can't get a dense formation first. I mean, we're cutting our way through them with impunity, really. It's just the trolls that will do a little bit of extra damage. And we can use our javelins potentially to go after some Moran on guard as well. There we go. Okay. Temple wards have the high ground, it's over.
Our men no longer command the castle.
What was that? It's treason then. We'll get a Gimmelthon over here as well. Yeah, we didn't take that many losses, especially with the healing. Could have been a lot worse, and this is the sort of settlement which would be nightmarish for the AI to try and take. Yeah, Moran on guard will fall very, very quickly.
Be awed by the victory we have won here today.
Okay. But it really is. Sauron is actually or Mordor I should say, are the least concerning element of the wars we are now in. Although I think Enedwaith will probably back off now. We're in a slightly better position to deal with them. We can recruit men actually on the front line, which will be sufficient to hold on to those.
Glory, honor, victory. A most
Exterminate the
noble
populace.
conquest.
Oh yeah, we need to repair the citadel. That's only one turn, so we may as well. And over here, financial build policy, for crying out loud. I'm surprised it wasn't military, but I'll go for some public fountains just to keep the public order up. And I think this is pretty much it. What sort of army have we got in here? The sort of army we could go around and potentially deal with the yeast of my problems. So they've already moved. I think we've already done everything else, haven't we? Yes, we have.
Your orders, my lord.
Okay, so this army's probably going to start coming down here. We don't have anything that we can recruit there, but we are recruiting as much as we can from... Yeah, okay. That will be fine. We might end up losing that town. I think Gabel Merland will probably be okay. If you'll just excuse me for one moment. Okay, apologies for that. Now then. So yeah, I think I saved it, but just to be on the safe side, we passed the turn. Ball in the Haradrim's court. So yeah, the High Elves, we will not be going after them. Tharagrondost is at least not horrendously unhappy anymore, and we can start squashing these pitiful little Enidwaith navies. Right, they're going to attack now, aren't they? Here we go. Right. Okay then. I feel fairly confident in this one, actually. Again, just in case of a crash. And let's go. That captain stack is full of Narduzagar and a couple of our Pharazon's faithful. Most of this force is made up of Cav. We should be good. And as soon as we start knocking down these Haradrim stacks, we'll start pushing them back in double quick time. The only one we may end up losing would be the old Haradrim capital. Right, so yeah, these are ballista towers. So we don't actually have any archers, which is a slight concern. They're almost certainly going to try and force their way through the main gate. Why would you put pikes up there? It doesn't make any sense. Right, okay, come on. Do as you're bloody well told. Yeah, they're on the wall as well. Typical. I reckon the commander will get his socks off to this victory. This should be, right, so these two should probably be on the ground. So should they. The halberds can remain. So yeah, this means that these are the units we probably want on the walls in the event of them actually making landfall there. That's not what we want. Organising your units in a settlement in Medieval 2 is just so awkward. Right, These units are so large as well, which is another problem. Okay, so there we go. And that should be that. So, oh yeah, there's another unit over there. Oh, it's the halberds. So this is an absolute nightmare. There we go. I knew you could do it. Or did you? Are you able to? Is such a thing even possible? Probably not. Okay, well you can stay in there then and you can just march forward later. Okay. Once again, Southron defenders. The loyal ones will do their job. And then there's... I think that's everything that we need there. Okay. Right. So as soon as these forces have arrived, as soon as they all actually get onto the field... Come on, hurry up. Ugh, useless. Useless, I say. If you want to make it easier to deploy, zoom in and try again. Right, it's about bloody time. Right. They can start trudging down here. In fact,
The enemy have ladders at the walls. Repel the attackers. Give them
kind of
speed.
need you to sprint. Yeah, destroy those towers, if you please. I am slightly concerned that they can force their way through with all the cavalry, considering that is what the AI does like to do. So I'm back. How much progress have you made? Well, Harad have declared war on us. We took Durthang. Other than that, things are progressing as pretty much as you would expect.
The enemy siege tower has
There we
reached our
go.
walls.
That's what I like to see. Whole swathes of this force being killed. That siege tower should ultimately fall as well, which I hope it does, because those are Hashari blades. I think we should be okay. Yeah, that force there is not going to be enough, so we can actually get these guys down onto ground level of the castle for the extra mass that they will offer. Interesting to see the... I do like the cavalry archer variant of the serpents. It's a neat little addition. Camel riders, not going to be very useful. These units taking damage. They're still fresh, so we'll keep sprinting them. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that is actually going to sandwich them. Why did Harad declare war on you? Because they're treasonous, Jasti. They're treacherous little snakes, which makes sense.
The enemy's ram has breached the gate.
Ah, yes, we have our general in and amongst things over here as well. Right, and if we need to, we will... Yeah, they're going to roll on in with everything they have at their disposal now, aren't they? So I think, yeah, we'll just keep sprinting them over. Hopefully our front line can hold against this amount of cav, but not a lot of this cav is as beefy as the Dol Amroth cavalry we had to face down before, so I think we'll be okay. The only fight we might end up losing is this one over here, because the Hashari are going to tear their way through Azra Raiders and Rosadan Footman. It's just a question of if our reinforcements get here in time, slow as they are. Okay, doing damage. I guess the Hashari don't have the most staying power. Yes, this is what I want to see. You know what, actually? Get in there. Just charge on in and do your thing. Go on, pikes. They have to go that way to get to the town centre, so at least we've got a decent amount of strength and depth.
Defeat seems almost certain.
Right, they should be done up here now. There's 14 of them remaining. Yeah, they're going to try and force their way through, but what are we going to do, right? This is as good as we're going to be able to manage for the time being. They could really do with these guys being killed off more quickly. Right. Keep charging forwards. Yeah, they're just going to force their way through, which is unfortunate, but hopefully their cavalry takes horrendous losses by doing this. And it's the reinforcing army that was going to be the one to win this for us anyway. Right, you no longer need to stay in guard. Killed more of the enemies, which is good. Those Hashari are still tearing their way through my Rosedans. Jesus. How many of them are actually left? You know what? It doesn't even matter. Get down onto the ground level.
The battle seems to be swinging in our favour. From such tidings does victory emerge.
Interesting time to say that when they're flooding through the settlement with reckless abandon. Barad-dur mercenaries. That's an interesting unit we haven't seen before. This is the mercenary unit from this region. A nice lower end axeman. You're going to have to sandwich them in with your elites. I mean, my elites will rip them to bits in melee. So, here we go.
The battle is very much in our favour. Victory will be ours.
Right. We can now utilise... Actually, I'm loath to do that. I don't really want to use their siege tower, if I can help it.
Our foe has taken control of the city.
Yeah, my issue might actually be just trying to force my way through to the city while it's still in our hands. That might be a little bit awkward. With all the Haradrim in the way. That would be a really stupid way to have to lose the battle. But it might be the way that we end up doing so. Right, yeah, just use that tower. You're going to go around the back so that we can actually retake it. Okay, they're not doing it, okay. If they do that, then who cares? Yeah, get in there. Taking losses all the while. Yeah, you just get up there. It's hard to tell which Southrons are mine and which are theirs. I guess actually you just stay in melee with them then.
Our foe has taken control of the city.
Yeah, as long as they don't take control of the city and we can't get there, we will win this.
Our foe has lost control of the city.
That's going to be the Hashari dying, now that our actually good units have arrived on scene. Serpent Archers are back. Hashari Shadows are there. These Ar-Adunaim are the base model without any armour upgrades, but against something like the Haradrim, they are superior. Yeah. Well, some of them aren't foolish. They know that we will make the world ours. But some of them, they just can't. They can't understand. Okay, no, yeah, they're the Shari Blades we want in on this. They are there. Got a unit of pikes down here as well. Yeah, those are shadows, so we want to be getting into them because they have reasonably high damage archers. Go on, leave the city. Leave the city centre. You know you want to. Right. You now should get down and you should contest the city centre just in case they don't this time around. Those are Harad South Front pikemen. They're not leaving the town this time, which is a little bit of a problem. My units need to actually wake up and start moving in the direction that I tell them to. So you go that way. Right, they're done, so you get down there. You go with them as well. Yeah, we're going to have to force our way through. This is one of the mechanics about Medieval 2 that I really don't like, because it's clunky enough to the point where you can end up losing battles that you really shouldn't because of this. We should be okay, I think. We just force our way through. Attack from both angles. What are they doing? Yeah, some these units are getting lost on the walls as well, pathfinding errors. Come on, push. Stop getting bogged down. Why are you moving so slowly? Oh, you're very tired. I suppose that's a good enough excuse. There's still units in here which are kind of getting in the way, I think.
Only half our force remains.
Right. They are exhausted. I don't know how much we even need to get into the town centre at this point. Come on, it's so painfully slow. Run! I gave you an order as well, don't stop. There's going to be a poll to vote for the next campaign. I think I've already made up my mind on the next campaign, to be honest with you, at least for the most part. Right, charge. I did not tell you to halt. There might be a poll though based like on a short list again, depending on what I'm feeling like at the time. Like if I feel like Erebor or what I'm thinking at the moment.
The enemy is no longer in command.
There we go. Thank God for that. I thought I was going to be cheated out of a win then. That would have been frustrating. Especially seeing as we may very well end up... I feel like based on the result of this battle we will probably end up losing the whole Harad capital, but with this we can rebuild and push forwards again, I think. This army over here, we can go along the northern edge of whatever the river is called in this part of the world. I don't know this one by heart, I must say. Our Pharazon's faithful, perfect for dealing with cavalry such as this. Yeah. Does Erebor still have settlements in the west and east? They start with 2. They start with Erebor and Tharagrondos? No, not Tharagrondos. There's another one, I can't remember the name of it. Kirik Gathol. Is that the name of it? That might be it. But they start with 2, basically. They start with 2 settlements, 4 generals, not an overly large army. Satisfying to have more than 1 unit of our Pharazon's faithful in the army, I must say. Yeah, too much cavalry for them. If they had more infantry, we may very well have lost. But then we could also have held the line if they had less infantry. There we go. From this point, I think we can just do this. Probably going to end up losing that unit entirely, but they were only meant to be a sacrificial unit anyway.
Without their general, they may lose heart and flee.
I mean, I highly doubt that. There's only a captain that we ended up losing. What's that we've got back there? Rosedans, get in there. What do you think about Dorwinion? They're an interesting faction. But they are men and elves, both the demographics we have already played as, which is part of the thing. Like, I would like the next one to be either the dwarves or the orcs. And really it boils down to, considering like the overall plans that I would have, it would be either Erebor or Gundabad, I think. And I think general consensus on that would probably be Erebor. Oh yeah, we've got our own Southron pikes still alive. How about that? Okay, that was bloody. That was tense. But that's the first victory scored against the treacherous snakes. If there's Harad mercenaries about, I wouldn't mind hiring a few of them. Just keep the army numbers up.
Good tidings. The enemy general lies.
It's quite a fancy headdress that Haradrim general had on. There we go, clear victory. Nimruben has earned his stripes today. So yeah, under normal circumstances, of course, we finish at 4:30 my time, which would be 45 minutes, but of course we will just be going until the campaign reaches its conclusion. Which I guess will be pretty much the humbling of Harad and the capture of Barad-dur. Probably vote for the orcs. Well, I mean, it's something, I suppose. I posted about it on my Patreon and talked to Calvin about it. He would cast his vote for Erebor, but I suppose I'll put that vote up. We'll do Gundabad. I think Dorwinion should wait till version 5 because their scripts are going to get reworked. Same for Moria, Wildmane as well. Yeah, Moria is the one that I would not do among the orcs because unearthing Balrogs is too cool not to do. And at the moment their roster is just too drab. All of the other orcs have got something exciting about them. Moria it really doesn't. Like you have like I think the novelty of having such horde-like armies would wear pretty thin in the late game. Execute them. Are they attacking us there as well at once? Yes, they are. Okay, so this is an actual general as well. 2 actual generals. Again, a lot of it is cavalry. This might be tricky, but we'll give it a go.
Muster your courage, men. We march into battle.
I mean, to be fair, we should win it again. If it's mostly cavalry, we've got enough spears and anti-cav that we should win. Ah, this looks very familiar. Funny that, isn't it? So yeah, this is what our cities look like. They've got like the domes and such. And these towers here. Right then. Same sort of thing, only this time the attacking army is smaller, but so are we. And we don't have pikes this time. So let's... Right. You will go... In fact, you know what? You will go like so. Right, this is exceedingly frustrating. Do as I tell you to. we'll just have to move them later. So halberds down here with the defenders. Again, we'll have to use the spearmen as these. Right. We'll put you over there, I suppose, and you can fire into... Actually, those are ladders, aren't they? Okay. We'll put you there. I think we need this tower active as well, just for the full spread of damage. So, yeah, we'll move things around at the end. Have the Flame Wrangler as Moria, although that thing tends to get... Yeah, that's the Mangonel, is it not? Right, anyway. Right, come on, boys. I know you want to. You must point in the correct direction for us to achieve victory today. There you go. It's not ideal, but it'll do. Right. We need them down. On the those are Hashari shadows again, which is a little bit concerning. I don't know if my Rosadan are going to be quite up to that task. But Trollman warriors are extremely important to try and kill off. The general looks like he had a long history with glass barbecue abuse. The enemy.
The enemy have ladders at the walls.
Yeah, we definitely want to be going after the Trollman warriors with our javelin boys. If it just comes down to the cavalry, I think we would be fine. Yeah, they're taking damage. Also, the Trollman warriors would likely do tons of damage to Rosadan footman. But we're doing some good damage to them. Softening them up. The Marines are also decent in melee. Ah, there we go. Well, they're still the ones we want to go after. That actually means we can get a unit of you down off the wall. And you. Isn't that lovely?
The enemy are battering down the gates.
Which actually means I feel comfortable actually putting the general up on the walls.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
So I hope. They're still going to try and force their way through.
Every siege tower is utterly destroyed.
Erebor is probably more loved by the people than Gundabad. Probably, but... yeah, with our general up there we should be just fine. Right, you know what? We're actually going to put a unit back in the TC this time. So anything that does get through will have to contest with something in battle. Erebor's campaign is kind of boring though. Well, that's true, but Erebor, like, based on the victory conditions I would put into place, because a lot of it would depend upon what Rune do, what Angmar do, and what Ered Luin do. If Ered Luin go evil, it changes matters pretty substantially. Yeah, those Hashari shadows at this point are finished, so we'll turn our household guardsmen around again.
The enemy have taken.
Yeah, you go there. Right, go after the Black Snake Guard. Balance of forces is evenly matched. Come on, lads, you need to be doing better than that. Halberdiers and spearmen exclusively, so we should be doing a lot of damage to the lighter Haradrim cavalry. I mean, we'll see. I'll put the vote up. Any factions that I would think would be a next good step, because I'll have a think about it in the time between then and now. I also want to make the next one a little bit more sort of narrative rather than just me playing the game, if such a thing is possible to do. Okay, we'll actually bring the Marines back because we'll be able to get in the way of any units that are on the way through anyway. In fact, we can probably just halt there and have done with it. I think we actually do need the help on the front line at this point. Those trollmen are scary, even with the damage we've already done to them. They're not able to push through in with quite as much gusto this time though, which is nice for us anyway. No. Ugh, useless. Absolutely useless. Victory seems certain. Yeah, those spears are going about their business incredibly slowly. Okay, with these lot on the front line, they've got Hoshari in there, which might be a reason why we're actually losing ground in this fight. There we go. Anything that's of a lower quality should be thinking about routing after that. I hate all Tolkien's elves, but I love Elder Scrolls elves. It's the other way around for most people, isn't it, Uriel? Although I think Skyrim probably did a pretty poor job of just generalising absolutely everything, but that is a matter for another time. Yeah, we should be fine at this point. We've just got too much strength. We might end up losing our general, but we'll especially be fine if we can get... Ah, yes, good. Right. So yeah, get down here, if you please. Go after the Trollman warriors. No rest for the weary. I'm going to try... Well, I think they were trying to go through the Azrazair Marines, but the fact that they can hold their own in melee is proving to be a real godsend for us at the moment. And more spears. Elven supremacy is the only truth. I like the Dunmer more than the Altmer, to be honest with you. But then that's just because I played Morrowind when I was very young, and it captured my imagination, did Morrowind. As it did with most people who played it, I think. A really, really well realised fantasy land. Are you thinking about games other than Total War? Sacrilege, isn't it? Okay, flood forwards. Black Snake Guard are broken and fighting to the death. That should be that, shouldn't it? Or is anything else broken and fighting to the death? Doesn't look like it. There we go. Zimrathon. earns another victory for us. I feel like they will probably be able to take Farazindil, but we're building a good basis for this because it means that the other stacks they've got running around are being squashed. Dunmer are amazing purely because the lead writer being on a sleepless shroom binge and LSD for days. Poor Kirkbride. He does need someone to hold him in check, but he can do some good stuff when he does. If you let him have it all his own way, it turns into nothing but chaos. Are they going to attack Farazindil immediately? They're not. That's quite interesting. Okay, so they're going to continue to siege that down. It's true, Uriel, I would agree. There is, of course, the Elder Scrolls Total War game, which might be the sort of thing which could be interesting at some stage. Right, can we reach them? No, we can't, so we'll just hang out here. So next turn we'll repair all of that, which it's about time. We probably should do that. We can recruit Gondor infantry here in a bit. No more Enid-Wythians. Right, okay. So we'll save it, because we did just do that battle after all. Now then. We have got you, Zagar. Okay. Well, we should leave a garrison behind, and we shall.
Yes, my lord.
So let's leave behind the crossbows because they're useful, but not as useful, I think, as the Ar-Adunaim Nadubawib. And let's take along. Right, what have we actually got in this army? Because this is going to be like the replacement, so we don't actually have much in the way of mace men, so we will take them as well. Better players Dagoth on it. Come, Nerevar, friend or traitor, come. Dagoth is a much better realised villain than most of the other Elder Scrolls villains have been, which is sad. They could have... I guess Mankar Cameron was okay, but they could have done so much more with Alduin. But they elected not to. Right, let's kill you. Marvellous. 0 losses. That's exactly what I want to see. We can't quite reach that fort. Frustrating, to say the least. Now then, we can... How far can we reach with you? We can go up here, so actually what we will do... there we go. It gives them actually a fighting chance. I have no idea why, to be honest with you, so we'll fight it, I suppose. Manimarco is my favourite high elf. Well, yeah, but the thing about Manimarco is it wouldn't have made much sense for it to be him, because he wouldn't have been, like... I doubt he would have cared that much about Mehrunes Dagon's plan. So it would have been a little bit weird. They didn't really use him all that well in Oblivion either, because he was just there, and then at the end of the Mages Guild quest you hit him a few times and he just falls over, which is a little bit anticlimactic, but... Right, so we can probably get away with mostly using all of them. You can all stay back here. It's my hope that we can deal mostly with the enemy with this. Dagoth with his... On the original Xbox graphics, his head looked like a giant coin. Who's your favourite elf in Lord of the Rings? I think I'd go with Thranduil, to be brutally honest. I just... He's a bit of an ass, but I like that. I like that about him. I rate that. They wanted you to root against him, I think, in the Hobbit movies, but it had the opposite effect for me. We'll send the Royal Knights out as well. Right, so they're going to sit there, are they? Go there. General can go there. You get into position over there. And... yeah, sure, why not? I will say that Feanor probably has the best memes of all the elves in Lord of the Rings. Just a whole series of stuff that is about him telling the Valar to go shove it. He's gonna do the kinslaying, and there's nothing you can do to stop him. Thranduil is wise, I suppose. It's just wisdom of a different sort. This is going to be one of those, isn't it? One of those awkward, fiddly fights. Are you just going to go back to the red line? Are you really going to be this pathetic? Ugh. Okay. So be it. I think my favourite else is probably Finrod. Right, they'll move into place. You should go there, I suppose. We'll sprint you into position as well. Okay, enough of this. Let's just fire some artillery in. Okay. Where are they going? I'm just going to bisect my forces and allow me to just fire right on into them. Okay. There we go, point blank shots. That's what we like to see. Right, can we... bit of infighting here and there. Good. Marvellous. What about Fingolfin? Right, Blackarooks. Still doing their thing. We'll keep killing them. They're scattering. Still haven't lost anyone just yet. There we go. Right. Yeah, at this point we need to start moving you forwards again. The damage is certainly being done. Yeah, that's right, the Blackarooks. Now we have a rapid response force. And you can go there. Okay. I read somewhere that Tolkien only wrote Lord of the Rings as an excuse to implement his newly invented languages. He started with the languages, I believe, yeah. I saw a really good interview by Peter Jackson once, actually, and it was like Tolkien, part of his... Oh, for crying out loud. Really? Massive levels of fraudulence going on from my artillery crewmen. Right, we'll kill them, hopefully. But it was... He didn't like the fact that England's mythology had effectively been gutted. Oof, that was brutal, actually. That wasn't even a proper charge, and yet we seemed to rip them asunder. And so he basically made up a fictional mythology to sort of make up for the fact that with the coming of the Normans, England's was destroyed, effectively. Yes, we will roll them out now, because that charge was savage.
Our men have slain the enemy general.
There we go.
Without him, his troops will lose their will to fight. The battle is very much in our favour. Victory will be ours.
Right, can we... It's not amateur hour here, lads. Okay. Nice point blank hit, but... No, keep running.
Only half the enemy force remains.
Right, and now we will recharge here, because we're actually losing to the Halberdiers. Classic Medieval 2 phalanx bullshittery. A clash of metal on metal. This should probably be enough to break them. And it was. Oh god, no. Oh wait, yeah, they're going after them. I thought they were attacking that unit of Go and break them. Celtic myths, many of the old pagan beliefs are dead due to being forgotten in the Isles. The Hobbits and Hobbiton encapsulate so much of English culture. Rural England, well, you can't really deny really that rural England was a massive influence on that. I'm surprised they're still fighting on, actually. Okay, now they're not. Marvellous. But yeah, that Peter Jackson interview is really, really good because it showed why Peter Jackson was pretty much the perfect person. Knowingly or not, when they chose him for the role, he was the perfect person to adapt Lord of the Rings. Which is part of the reason why... I don't know. We'll see about the Amazon series. I think I will make a little video detailing my thoughts on that. There we go. Yeah, that was way less losses than we would have taken otherwise, because I'm worried about that. Are you yourself a hobbit? Sadly not. It would be a nice existence, I think. Yeah, the Romans as well. Still remember when Glorfindel got hit by my own catapult. Oh no. I've got to use artillery though. Artillery is now my thing ever since Sauron was killed by it. Execute them. Slay them all. Right, we'll move you back there. Right, I guess this up to this we will move forth. Thusly. And then we can trade out as we need to. And we've got a little bit of a force back here just in case. And actually we should perhaps move forward them as well. just to make sure that Mordor are good and stuck. So, southward bound. You should all get into Gobel Merlond at once. And to train, we should have you, and I think... Actually, no, because the Trollmen are better against armour, are they not? No, they frighten nearby enemy infantry. Okay, so the Hashari actually have slightly better attack, but... Yeah, let's go for some more Hashari. We haven't used the Hashari that much, and variety is the spice of life. You really coming at me? You're really going to come over here, huh? Okay, well then I will continue to build as I am. Go for another unit of halberdiers. Heard the Hobbits was rushed and the story was supposed to only be 2 movies long. Right, so we can't actually move forward on Kadar Farazindil just yet. Right, that's... Oh right, yeah, the road is this one, isn't it? Okay, so there's this town here, which we should be able to capture, which will give us a massive amount of visual aid there. They're being built. Right, we definitely need to build more troops in here because of the damage we just took. So, well, actually we do need one of them, and we need a couple units of axemen as well. That's a good point, actually. We've got tons and tons of stuff that we have built. Yeah, full recruitment there. Can't build anything here, but Ardamir I'm tempted to start moving stuff out, and in fact I think I should. Nothing that I would miss tremendously, but you should all go up here. I think that's as much as we can get away with, actually, to be honest. Right. Tariq Naaru. Dark Temple, definitely. Soon we shall be able to build stuff here, I hope. Right, we should be able to actually get away with moving you forwards as well. Yeah, they're still happy. Happy times, Calenhad. Dark Shrine. We still don't have Rohirrim units quite available to us just yet. Perhaps we can get away with moving this army out. Perhaps we can do that next turn. And Tharagrundost. Okay. I think that's all we can do for the time being, actually. Because we need to build up, we need to reinforce Tal al Jaff. I would imagine they're probably going to assault us next turn, which we may end up losing. They're building a lot of stacks, aren't they? The Harad Menace. Okay. Just one last look around, make sure, yeah, we're still building there, still building there, still building there, and still building there. Good. Hey, Owen. I think they could have made 2 movies out of the Hobbit books and had it be decent, but 3 was too much. Okay, Harad. I imagine this is when they will probably assault the city. No! Anuminus has been rebuilt, which is interesting because the Northern Dunedain was struggling at one point. Bree is under siege. Yeah, that's probably from Enidwaith. Okay. Ooh, not good. Where are they getting all these stacks from? Right, you into Tal al Jaff. You all need to move forwards into that fort. We need to continue to build units as quickly as we can, so we'll go for a couple of units of Ballistae. And go with that, I suppose. Ardamir. We're starting to run low on actual troops to train at this stage, which is disconcerting. And then these Move towards Gabel Merlond. Bloody Harad. Trollman as well. Okay, yeah. It's probably a good idea to just get into defensive shape for the time being, with so much of our attention being drawn northward.
Yes, my lord.
Right then. Right, first things first, let's trade units. Anything depleted? Right, well, for a start, the crossbows can go across. The artillery needs to remain. Do the archers really need to go with him? I think probably not. You don't, and you don't. Right, okay. Baruthiel's Watch, definitely. We could do with some javelins. You, definitely you, and definitely you. That is a pretty scary force. And then this can be a little reinforcement army that we keep in the settlement that we just took. Okay. And now we march on Barad-dur. Barad-dur reached. You have reached Barad-dur, the fortress of Sauron, which took 600 years to complete, and which is the greatest fortress ever built since the fall of Angband. The Eye of Sauron is constantly keeping watch over Middle-earth from its highest tower, and soon it shall be mine. Right.
Yes, my lord.
You.
An honorable, glorious victory.
What on earth was that all about?
Your orders, my lord.
Okay, well, I guess we shall assault. Yeah, easy. That was weird. Oh well.
We have triumphed.
Victory is ours.
Our courage and honor.
Right, and now we can deal with you.
Yes, my lord.
Your will, my lord.
Execute.
Honorable, glorious victory.
Guess we'll just wait in this fort for the time being, then. Barad-dur. You can see Sauron's little eye at the top of this tower, unless I'm much mistaken. Yeah, there it is. 1v1 me, Sauron. I mean, Sauron isn't even here yet. He is an absentee landlord still. Right. I think we will actually start heading up north with you, so that we can reinforce the Black Gate, and then we can potentially go after Balak-Nar's Sunfire. In fact, we may as well do that now, hadn't we? Okay, let's... possibly some... well, I don't know if archers is really what we need there. Possibly some... yeah, we'll go for a couple of units of you. And we can send forward 4 more. Yeah, we'll go with the ranged, why not? Excellent. Nope. Military build policy again. Gimmelkard's army needs some halberds. I mean, I think we'll probably just walk into Barad-dur and take it. But, I'll go for a Dark Sanctuary. Dark Sanctuary. Building, again, I don't understand why this is what we're doing. An armory will do. Get rid of that. And Moranon, which we should build a militia armory for. Right, do we actually have the ability, I wonder, to train mercenaries? Although we'd need to be in enemy territory for that, wouldn't we? Damn. Tempting to go down here, isn't it, and try and take this settlement. Right, surely they'll attack us next turn. Perhaps they're scared of all the trollmen we've got. So would I be. Again, I don't think there's anything else we can really do at this juncture. I guess we sail down here and kill you off for being an annoyance. Right, actually I do know what we can do. We can build a fine army from this location here and sail it back across when we have the ability to. And we shall do the same in Methrast. Actually, we've got a ton of units in Methrast already. How about that? Perfect. Right, and that should be a host which, by that point, we should be able to wipe away Harad. Yeah, we definitely need more units, but we are running on maximum down here, which is a little bit of a worrying sign. Just going to build up units wherever is possible. Yeah, we need speed. Raise units quickly. That's what we need. Port blockades always drive me mad. Yeah, because it's so impotent when the AI does it. Shipwright. Yeah, sure. Okay. And this should be it. Rapidly we are approaching the end in some capacity. What have we got going on northward? Yeah, they've still got settlements up here. There's the Witch King. Lost after he can't get through to Moranon. Okay. Let us see what transpires. Build the blacksmith in Balaketh. The reason I didn't do that originally was because I was going to wean myself off building units from there, because you have to ferry them back and forth, but it has become something we must do once more. There we go, there's another blockade. Okay. This turn I'd be shocked if they didn't siege us down. Yeah, here we go. Right then. So that is, I mean, that's a horribly depleted army. This one, however, isn't. It's mostly cavalry again, but this has been a problem for us in the past. A substantial problem at that. Okay, let's save. Let's see what we can do here. If we win this fight, we're in the clear, basically. I'd be surprised, actually, if Harad didn't accept peace after winning a fight like this. Oh. Full conquest of Harad, after all, is not going to be happening as the finale of the, because it will take a long time. We'll be here for like 3 more hours, just because of how large the distance is between the settlements down in the south. Oh, it's a night battle. How quaint. Oh, bloody hell. Okay, this is actually a concern, because they're attacking from both sides. This may actually be a situation where the ballista towers are actually not worth it. Although maybe they are. Maybe if I put these units down here. Right, this is the army that's bigger, isn't it? Yeah. Man. I thought they would get reinforcements. I didn't think they'd be able to deploy immediately. It's a little bit unfortunate for me. They don't have any siege equipment though. Like literally none. So, to be honest, we could get away with moving this bunch here. Just have one last quick look. They don't have any ladders. No. So yeah. Marvellous. That saves a lot of aggro, actually. It means that I can focus on things over yonder. Right. So now, the painstaking process of actually setting all of this garbage up. That's actually my only unit of range, which is a problem we've had before, but hopefully not this time. Right. You go there. We've got a lot of our units here are reasonably full strength, actually. The siege didn't end up doing that much damage. This gentleman here, you go down on the low ground. We can also pull back all of our raiders to the town centre so that they can prevent any sort of mass push. See you, George. Glad you were able to catch most of it. Right. Here we've got loads of pikes. You would expect cavalry to just get absolutely shredded by all of this. but you would probably be wrong about that. Okay, you go like so. We actually have units over here as well, so we do need to defend. So we will need more towers. I've had the enemy besiege me with that battle line. Hang on a moment. Why can't I deploy on there? Cannot move multiple units on the... Oh, right, okay. My bad. And they can sit there. In fact, actually, I think what would be beneficial is having one unit of halberdiers at least in the TC. Just so any dregs of cavalry that make their way that far can't be too annoying for us. Okay. Salt the earth. Right then. We need another unit of Rosedans from somewhere. Do we have any more? It's not that important, I suppose. Right. That's pretty much it, isn't it? They're just hanging out, pointing the wrong way technically, but yeah. Okay then. Let's go. I'm expecting big things from you, pikes. Most of the enemy army's cav, so you need to be doing the business in a big way. Yeah, we have enough, actually. I feel comfortable with. There we go. This is decent. If they want to just stand there, they'll have to go right the way around. They're going to be taking damage the whole time. I put the time limit on and they were forced to attack or they lose. What's going on there? They are going right around the other side. Ashari shadows.
Repel the attackers. Give them steel.
Tal al-Jaf. Right, crossbows. What can we target down with you? Go after the black snakes, actually. See if you can't do some damage to the enemy general. Actually, yeah, it's probably a good idea to have a unit of trollmen going down there. There we go, that's what I like to see. A burning siege tower. Some Hashari Shadows are the Archer version though, aren't they? Yeah, they are. They might still be enough. Might still be enough to take on Rosedans. I'm not sure really. Yeah, you go over here just as an auxiliary unit. You... yeah, just hold your ground there just in case anything slips through. Yeah, good. Actually, that's a good point. You can actually get down from here now, can't you? Because you are not needed on the walls. And most of these ladders have already come down. Only one remains. Many fall, but one remains. Right, yeah, so you now need to get over to this side. This is going quite nicely so far.
The enemy's ram has breached the gates.
Right, that might be the cue for the units on the other side to roll over to this side. Yeah, it is lit. Now they move. Having taken a fair amount of damage already. That really was a bit of a game changer. Realising that they didn't have any sort of... okay, you can go back now.
The enemy siege tower is utterly destroyed.
Which one? This one over here? Oh yes. Marvellous. Get over here then. Actually no, you don't need to go over there. Ballista towers are brutal to ladders. Candish raiders. Black Snake Guard trying to force their way through, but there's no way through. You love to see it. Right, you can actually just remain in place for now. Right, how much damage are they taking? Are they still straying close to the walls? Yeah, they are. Okay, well actually I wonder... Yeah, just scoot down the walls, I guess. Keep following them. Activate all the ballista towers. You, however, can go back to the TC. This would be a really nice victory to have, because this was a battle I didn't actually think I would win. I think that was their faction heir as well, because he had a lot of black snakes. So many of their forces are Radrim archers as well. What were they thinking? Right, that is still a ladder, so we do still need to cover that with a unit of footmen.
The enemy are badly bloodied. They have lost half their men.
You can just sort of wait. They're shooting back at me with those serpent archers, but they can waste their ammunition on this kind of unit all they want. Yes, ideal. Winning this battle pretty much guarantees our victory against the Haradrim, because there's just no way that, like, this was like the core of their army. Another enemy general fell. That must have been a ballista bolt that caught him then. Right, yeah, that was horrid for them. Having a force made up of mostly pikes really helped us there. Still fighting off against what I think is Hashari. Oh no, some Southrons. Right, so they're getting another unit of Southron warband to go up these ladders here. Oh man. You love to see it. So yeah, I'm actually feeling pretty confident about this now. If they had siege equipment on the other side of the city, I think this probably would have been unwinnable, because it would have just been too much ground to cover, but situation being what it is, that is certainly not the case. And their own brethren are the ones that are doing the most work against them, because those Southron pikemen, excellent, look at all the dead horses. And our spears are superior to yours, I fear. Keep following them. I love it when a plan comes together, even if this wasn't the original plan. An intriguing battle. And honestly, if we can get peace with Harad, I would count that as a battle won. It's almost like a rebellion that we're putting down at this point. And then Barad-dur potentially going to fall as well. Balance of forces is evenly matched.
The battle is very much in our favor.
Yeah, look, 10%. Considering the vast difference in numbers as well, that is very substantial. There goes the final ladder over here, which is good. Means we can get these spears off the wall as well. Right. This force continuing to eat into their ammo supply. Go there. Actually, you know what? Yeah, just keep moving all the way over to there. It's good you don't have to have these units just stood by it at all times. Looks like you brought a sword to a gunfight, but the gun didn't work. Looks like Harad took a page straight out of Gan's Book of Masterfully yeah, rolling around the outer edge of the settlement with cavalry. They do have some Candish units in there. Southron pikemen taking some damage. Yeah, the ballista towers doing the business as they normally do. Yeah, we want you into. They may very well try to... Okay, so yeah, these towers are down, so actually you can get off the walls at this stage. Yeah, just keep firing. Yeah, they're going to get absolutely butchered as they go in there. They're all on guard mode as well. Where are you off to? Yeah, there we go. And we still have units in reserve, which is the beautiful thing. What are you doing? Yeah, you need to keep moving. So the second wave is upon us. The cavalry may prove to be an issue again. We shall have to wait and see. I think we just got too much strength and depth at this point, though.
If we continue like this, we will
I think we've actually already activated all of these towers, so we'll be able to get some raiders on the front line as well. They can actually back up these Rosadans that are holding the wall. Yeah, they're just trying to force their way through again. Embarrassing scenes of massive fraudulence. Should be too much for them, I would have thought. But I've been wrong before about cavalry's ability to do this. Look at them go absolutely ballistic. Right. Yeah, Rosadan halberds. Anything that trickles through should go through the meat grinder of halberds. A dual layered meat grinder. And of course we have something in the TC this time to prevent that from being such a problem again. Yeah, they're going to take a lot of damage. They're going to force their way through, but they're going to take huge losses in doing so. And actually that is now done with as well, so we can actually get down off the walls with you two and start heading back to the TC just in case.
They have lost half their men.
Yeah, you can start heading over here actually. Halberdiers, victory seems certain. Multiple layered defences, they're not able to force their way through absolutely everything. I'd see the last of this from the Lothar. No, it's just how the AI does things. They just like to force through with cavalry like this. I question the fact that they're able to do it against an army which is a massive proportion of which is pikes and spears, and they seem to not take as much damage as you would expect them to. But it's not the end of the world. Like, as long as you know that it's a thing that they do and the limits of such things, like, they're going to lose this fight. Like, they're taking horrendous casualties doing this. Right, yeah, Southron pikemen. Their Black Snake Guard are over here, camel riders. Layering these pike lines works. Well, halberd lines, but same thing applies. Harad are also, like, the fact that Harad can do this as well, the fact that their cavalry is, like, it's reasonably limited in terms of its survivability. Like when Dol Amroth did this, it was a little bit more understandable because their cavalry is like, you know, really heavily armoured, big old mounted knights. I think it's you, isn't it? Are you the ones in this corner? You are. Okay. Go there. You'll probably be absolutely exhausted at this point, this unit of raiders, but go back to the TC just in case. Look at all this cav. Can you imagine being given the order to charge in here? Chances of death certain. But we're going to get you to do it anyway. A desperate attempt of a rebellion. There's still more units arriving as well. You know what, we'll just... Now that we've got more units arriving to the TC, this fresher unit of raiders can just head forward and do their thing. Might lose the general, which would be a shame. He's in a... Well, actually, he was right in the middle, wasn't he? So his was a unit that got scattered, so he could, in theory, be anywhere in here. Oh well. Get in there. Oh, they actually did manage to get through with some of these.
The battle is very much in our favor.
Yet another layer of our defense awaits for you. And we've got spears on the way back here as well. Charge of the Harad Light Brigade, heavy on horses, light on common sense. Very much so, it appears. Right, they are out of ammo, so we'll just leave them up there, I suppose. Still they move. This unit of halberds took massive damage doing so, but just look at the horses around this one unit of halberdiers. Like, in terms of cost efficiency, that's huge. Fighting on the streets against pirates. Is this their general model? It might be. I think this might be the general, actually. It's a shame he's up against Azra Zaire raiders. We'll see what we can do about getting the footmen down there. As soon as that general dies, I think the routing and the panic will well and truly set in.
Only half our force remains.
It's one Candish raider. They're still trying, bless them. They're still trying to just force their way right on through. Ah, they are actually... Yep, there are spears here, I'm afraid. More layers, that's the answer. An ever-increasing number of layers. More ballista bolts. There we go. Killed off by... I think that the guy that killed him was the guy that died, wasn't it? It's almost like a simultaneous action there. Right, I think that will probably be that. Yeah, there we go, look. They killed over half of my army, but considering I thought this was going to be a loss, that is excellent numbers. Is there anything actually left? What are you pursuing? What's routing over this way? Nothing. There's something broken and fighting to the death, is that it? We'll get some heals, probably not a huge amount of heals, but there we go. You know what, we'll continue for a little bit, because as many kills as possible will be useful here. The Haradrim are using jihadist tactics. Okay. Heroic victory. Yeah, we lost just under half of our men, but we crushed them. Household Guard didn't actually get that many kills. It goes to show just how much heavy lifting those ballista towers did. Really, we just held the line and let the towers do their thing. Wild. That was satisfying to do, actually, because that might be enough to get Harad to agree to a ceasefire, potentially. Even if it's not, though, we can actually start to push back against them now. Maybe take Karagmir and then the town that's north of their capital. Unite our realm a little bit more. No, we're executing them. That general's still alive, but a devastating loss for the snakes. More of this. Still the attempts are being made.
We stand vigilant as the enemy surrounds us.
Right, we'll probably need to pull back from there.
Fall back and regroup.
That's not going to be enough, is it? Yeah, we're going to lose an army here. But the long retreat and the short retreat, I just can't be bothered with it, to be honest. No. At least we still got the artillery that we can put back into the settlement. They're going to try and go for Barad-dur. Man, that's a lot of damage they took there, though. Baggage train lost. Mount Gundabad besieged. What's going on over here? Ah, Bree has fallen. Poor hobbits. Poor Barliman. Right, yeah, just leave. You're not relevant anymore, Enidwaith. There has never been someone more irrelevant than you. Ooh, hello there. Nagthak is there, ready and waiting. Balaknar Sunfire. Right, can we make it to Morannon with you? We can't, but we can block the way at least. Right, so there's a lot there's a lot of moving parts now. So, ooh. Can we train a diplomat? Because when the time comes, hopefully the Haradrim will listen to reason. Yeah, okay. Recruitment. Bit of some holding units would probably be nice. Hey there, Sard. And we are recruiting there. Recruiting there. Yeah, we'll have a whole nother army that we can utilise soon enough. Kadar Farazon. Right. Enough of this nonsense. Let's move northward with you. You, actually, we don't have enough. We don't have enough. Right. So,
Your orders, my lord.
let's start to push forward, because there's no way they have enough to. So we're going to start moving in this way with that army there. That's not a good army either. That's a lot of battered and bruised rubbish units. The only problem I might have is the black snakes. What are you? Oh, you must be an actual general then, because you have a unique thing, a Shari. And you. Okay. Set up that army there. Still can't build anything else there. Blech. Nonsense. Poros is in the north near Athelion.
Yes, my lord.
Right, so we're building. We're building. This army can just stay there. As can that one in case Canned decides to get in on the fun. Okay. So with that, just to be... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Dark's... Actually, whoa. Stronghold. I mean, none of this is going to be terribly relevant, I don't think, at this point. Upgrade to a stronghold there as well. Because at this point, it's going to be...
I'm gonna stick you.
Yeah, it's not a very good army, really.
Your orders.
We can take him down.
We shall engage.
This is that awkward little map, though, isn't it? Where he's on top of the hill. He will have to come down, though, I think, so... Well, let's save it, just in case it is... Because this battle map sucked last time. It would suck anyway if the Mordor forces have to step... I could auto-resolve it, to be fair. It's in our favour. My general's better. But we'll fight it.
Attack.
We'll fight it. Many orcs lay slain. That's very apt, considering what we're doing at the moment. Right. Oh no, this isn't the same battle map. It's not the one with the extreme hill. So we should be fine. In fact, we have access to a rather fine hill of our own. So... Archers already in a group, actually, which is nice to see. It's not often the game deigns to let that be the case. Javelin boys. Right, we need a bit of anti-cav up here. So what should we use? Yeah, the seaward spears. Perfect. Everything else will be down low. And that is, yeah, all infantry. So they can just sit there like that for now. They are going to move towards us, I think, actually, which would be really good. It's in Saudi Arabia. In the it's close to the coast, like the inside of it. The sea that separates the Arabian Peninsula from mainland Africa, I think it's somewhere around there. Okay. Oh, they're going to go right to the back again. That's so annoying. You're just making it take longer. You're useless. You're actual trash at this point in the game, Balaknar. Just accept your fate. Right. Times 6 speed it is. Go there. And archers. You go with them. Wait. Oh, yeah. You go there like so. I really hate how the AI does this. It's so annoying, and it's the reason why people don't like fighting inconsequential battles on the battle map, even though sometimes you have to. It won't, Xavier. They'll just sit there and take the charge. It is known. Ah, wait. Again, they were going to move forwards and then they decided not to because the AI knows that I'm ordering an attack with my ballista. I mean, we could just charge forward and crush them underfoot, but
Your command.
this is actually infuriating. Stand still. Just fire at them.
Seaward spear.
Yeah, they're gonna fight. They're gonna retreat back down to the other side of the hill, aren't they? Right, we should get some really good shots here. Yes, perfect. Roast. Orc fighters. Oh, it's all trash as well. Why was that? The auto-resolve is such nonsense. It's garbage. The army's garbage. It's full of band. At least it will route really easily. That's something, I suppose. Okay, why on earth didn't you move forward? Oh well. Damage being done. Alright, enough of this. Let's end this farce now. Go after the Black Orc archers with you. Right, we'll get ready to charge into the Black Orc archers from behind. We're going to grill some of our own men, but who cares? Halberds.
The battle is very much in our favor. Victory will be
Auto resolve favors units with large numbers. Yeah. Doesn't make it any less annoying though. Good charge. Now leave melee. You can actually head further up. That is the Mordor horn. Yeah, just go after the band, I suppose. Embarrassing scenes from Mordor once again, proving themselves to be
half the enemy force remains.
not exactly the powerhouse that the world clearly thought they were when they were afraid of them. Yeah, I guess that's true, Val. Oof. Right, I think that's enough from you, actually. Just pull back now. Now we'll just charge them in and leave them there, I think. Gimmelzor doing his thing against the Sauron's will. There we go, that's perfect. A nice shot. Right, and you. Yeah, they're getting rolled at this point. Warriors, band. I mean, as soon as that last archer has been felled, we can use our cavalry to clean this up. Ar-Adunaim Narduzagar. Right, you get after them. Marvellous. I should bloody well hope defeat is a distinct possibility when they're in the middle of all of that. All these men of Gondor and Dol Amroth probably thrilled the fact that they're marching through Mordor with rather limited resistance. Is it really go time though? You get in there as well. Close off the last angle of attack. Hey, that was a good charge. First time I used you, the first impression wasn't that good from the Amrothian squires, but ever since then they've actually proven to be very useful in the way that I expect cavalry to be. Yeah, chase them down. And then Temple Wards will, I'm sure, do a bit of damage, but it's nothing that can't be fixed. What's funny, Matt? There we go. Where's Gimmelzor? There he is, with his golden longsword on his back and his twin scimitars. And yet again, Balaknar dies. Do you know what Jon's last words were to Daenerys? She's my queen! Something along those lines.
Slain the enemy general. Without be awed by the victory we have won here today.
There we go. What did the damage? Amrothian squires did well. Gondor infantry again, just holding it down on the front line. Doing really, really nicely. Mostly against lightly armoured orc units this though, so that makes sense. Good. It's go time. Reform, you spineless woman. See, Daenerys' problem was she was just bolder than a rooster. Right. Of course, we shall execute. Enemy camp sacked.
Glory, honor, victory.
Right, how far can we actually move with you? Not very far at all. Go back into Morannon when you can.
Making camp here.
Gimmelthon, you shall
Your will.
go forth.
As you command.
Gimmelcard. Right then. This is actually, what I want to do is take Barad-dur and then this guy has to turn around and attack us when we hold the settlement. Because that would be better than fighting them out. We could probably still, when I say that, that's Temple Knights. Like, that's not a joke army.
Yes. To battle.
We shall assault. Will they reinforce is my question. I don't care if they can, to be honest. They can. Okay. Hold on a second. So they're going to come in from that side. So we could actually attempt to catch them off guard. So let's go ahead and do that if we can. So this is it. Barad-dur. And they've actually got I was actually quite worried that Barad-dur would not have a force worth fighting. But it will. Let's see what we can do here.
Muster your courage, men! We march into battle!
Here we are then. The Black Tower, which we never got to see last time. There it is. Knock knock. Right, so they should be coming from this direction, the army that's outside. So with that in mind, let's get down to business. You, flaming shot, pikes, group, and go there. Line infantry, set up a mighty line. I say that, we don't actually have that much in the way of line infantry, but this is fine. This is the centre of our army, nothing more. Then we'll have you over here. Rip off their heads and spit down their necks. Right, ranged units. You, I kind of want to save until later if I can, but you may have to go up. You may have to shoot the Temple Knights, as might you. In fact, yeah, you can get into place there. Shock infantry, go on the same side as the general. We only have one unit of shock infantry actually. Oh no, we do have some Ar-Adunaim. I'm a fool. Yes, so you in behind the pikes, and then Rosadan force to block off Temple Knights. Gimilcard can go over here for the same kind of purpose, albeit he will have the Royal Knights to help him. And then we've still got one unit left, it's the Royal Guard, which yeah, we'll put them over here like so.
The enemy have brought up more men.
Oh, curse it. Okay. I'll tell you what I'm going to do then. Yeah, that's too good to ignore. So what I'm going to do, I'll reload that, and because they should have been deploying over where I deployed based on the battle map. Which faction do you think is best suited withstanding an invasion called by Mordor? The High Elves? Because Mordor will have to trek across the whole map to get there, and by the time they do, a place like Imladris is horrid to try and take, because it's the old version of Imladris.
Rally to me, men!
No.
We must regroup. Pulling back from the walls.
Yeah, if we can get peace with Harad, this might be the last battle we actually fight. Because taking out Harad entirely would take far, far too long. We'd be here for another, like, 3 hours, like I said. And to be honest, when Barad-dur falls, it's pretty much the symbol of the like the same reason why I wouldn't hunt down all of Mordor's army or territories, because it would take so long. And there wouldn't really be any challenge in it. This probably is going to be the battle, the last battle that has an element of jeopardy to it, because that is a significant force. They shouldn't be able to do that, Tundra. They should only be able... I mean, even if they do, we can just deploy over here. Like, I won't reload this time, but... Okay. Flaming shot, fire at will. Pike boy. Line infantry. They're already actually in formation. In fact, everything else is in formation. Marvellous. There. I guess we will put you two in a group. Royal Knights can go to whatever side they're required actually, so we'll put them at the back. And finally, yeah, shock infantry can do the same actually, and the ranged I'll put over on this side because it probably needs it a little bit more. Okay. There they are. We may also need the cavalry to go and dance around with the units that are in here, which I imagine are mostly orc defenders. I didn't do the cheesiest thing either, which would be to have deployed really close to the corner and try to trap them in. I don't think you can actually do that, because I think it's the red line, isn't it? You can't do that in this game. You can in later games. You can literally form like a doom box, essentially, to trap enemy reinforcements inside. And it is, yeah, rather... Why? It says you're in range, so... I want to be careful with Mr. Gimmelcard. Actually, this is a good point. We can actually set up our infantry on the front to begin with, can't we? Because we have the height. Do we make them run amok? They're turning around. Maybe we did make them run amok with just a single hit. That would be pretty hilarious. Play Mordor equals build many huge armies and auto-resolve. Yeah, I suppose so. Trolls. Okay, yeah, with that in mind, actually. Pull back. Yeah, shoot them. At this stage, we may as well. Right, they are point blank, so you should be able to do the business. At least some of you. That should have done a lot of damage to them as well. There we go. Go on. Oh, you're crap.
The tide of battle seems to have turned against us. We must act and halt this turn of events.
Temple Knights, go after them. Moran on guard. Just fire into them in random intervals. Right. Go there. And go there. And go this way as well. They just really dislike javelin boys. What on earth are you doing? The ballista crew, yeah. Sauron's pretty upset. What have we got here? Temple Knights. Ah, right, okay, yeah, we need to move you back. It's not a fight I would feel all that comfortable with, to be honest, but send a unit of you over here as well to help deal with matters. Could we get away with turning you around, actually? Yeah, that's what we want to be seeing. Can we get a little bit less of that friendly fire? Bloody artillery. Kill them. Yeah, they are. We hit them once and they started running amok. You love to see it. They really should be coming out of the... We actually don't need to be over here anymore, do we? Defeat seems certain for them. So yeah, I guess we'll just... fire back into them, I suppose? Actually, no. What we will do is we will save you for later if we can. If we can get away with it at all, we will. We'll use the artillery out here as much as we are able to. Right, Ar-Adunaim armsmen. Right, you know what? Stop. You've disgraced yourself. They'll be the ones to be burnt alive when we get back to Minas Tirith for their incompetence. No, don't come over here. Right, we'll need to deal with them. The ballista won't from this angle, I don't think. I mean, they're going to bounce right off our front line. Ar-Adunaim armsmen are... yeah, actually keep fighting there. Those Temple Knights really are something. Most of the damage done to our pikes has been from our own units. I guess at least we got some catapult ammunition to use later. Right. Come over here and you can shoot the great beast, because I don't want them coming near to me. And you go over there. Just stay well out of the way. Don't you do it. Go this way. Gimmelcard. Over there. Ar-Adunaim. Right. Shoot them. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, here we go. Be able to start charging in. Maybe Mordor and Reapers to indoctrinate the catapult crew. There's a reference I got. Yeah, everything blends into Mordor's terrain. It's annoying when you're playing as like the as a faction that's got like a dark colour scheme. See, like, look at this. It's so annoying. Like, funny that how they only decide to come after me now. Kill them, please, at once. Right, so this is the area we want to be in. Right. Keep going after those archers. You go in here like that. The Marines, though, they don't tend to... like, the crossbows will actually do just as good a job, because I don't think my javelins are high enough damage to really do the business against them. Run on guard. Naru Naaru Royal Guard. Push forward. Yep, you have done your job. Very well done. There's a lot of units there. Okay, finally. There's only one that remains. Okay, so with that in mind, you can start moving over here. Yeah, you get into them. A brutal battle under Sauron's watchful eye. He's probably sweating a little bit at this point, because it's not looking great for his forces in the field. And I will still have ammunition to coax his men out from cowering behind their walls.
Only half the enemy force remains.
It's a good thing too, because this stream's been going on for quite a while, and there is actually an upper limit on what I can do today. We're not in danger of hitting it immediately, but too much of their army was made up of lightweight stuff. They had some scary units, but not enough of it was made of the good stuff from Mordor's perspective. There we go. Good, good, good. Retreat a little bit. You shoot into the back of them. What are you doing? You're definitely being burnt when we get back home. You're going to be the ones, I have decided. Alright. Nice to have some Baruthials watch in the army just generally now. They've got a slightly faster animation, I think, so they're actually a little bit more useful. There we go. As soon as this general outside dies, he was over here somewhere. There's still 40 of them left. Right, can you reform yourselves properly? This ain't amateur hour now. Right. What is a good part of the line to charge into? Maybe not the halberdiers. Maybe not you either. Maybe the bodyguard. Right, you can actually pull back, I think. That's what the Black Numenorians did, Matt.
Seems to be swinging in our favor. From such tidings does victory emerge.
There we go. That was a decent charge. Now you're earning your keep, Royal Knights. The disasters at Lynn here are forgiven, mostly. Right, yeah, at this point, cease firing, because you will be useful in the settlement. Yeah, the front line is mostly ours at this stage. Ar-Pharazôn burnt people, Matt. I think it was something to do with, like, the thing that the Black Numenorians are terrified of is death, ironically enough. And that's why, like, Sauron convinced Ar-Pharazôn to sail to Valinor. Because the elves get to be immortal, so why shouldn't we be? Didn't go very well for him, but... Right, okay, yeah. Jump on them and kill them. It's something along those lines anyway, I have to be honest, I'm not... that is the general, isn't it? Bring him down. So yeah, they're going to go back to the town centre. So this could be the death of the general if this charge actually lands. Slay him. The charge didn't land, sadly. Someone else will get the desired result, though, I'm sure. Victory is ours. As soon as this orc is dead, we shall move on. There he goes. Sauron's saviour. Not so impressive now. Good thing I did actually save the ballista ammunition, because I will need it for the gate. So, you go like so. You go like so. And then the rest, I don't care, to be honest. You can just go over here like this. because we shall need the ballista to bring down a reinforced gate, which I think will just go right up next to it and shoot it like that. I think this will end up being my longest stream to date though, because we are pretty much up against the time where it was previously. In fact, we're already past it, I think, and we'll be going for probably about half an hour longer. Yeah, we've got enough missiles, we've got enough siege. Well, I mean, just in general, they don't have the strength anymore. Orc defenders are not going to be enough to save Sauron. Last time Dorwinion beat us to this, but we get the satisfaction of it this time. Be interesting to see if Sauron would accept peace after this. That would, in many ways, that would almost be a slightly thematic end. Ar-Gimmelcad humbling Sauron in the same way that Ar-Pharazôn did. Want to know who Jon Snow's true father is, you Matt? Tell me, Matt. Look at this, look, he's following us around. The absolute cheek of it. Okay, they're leaving again. Frosty the Snowman. Please. Right, yeah, so we will... You cannot miss. Actually, yeah, get into regular shot. Yeah, easily get through this one. Especially with all of them hitting. You'd expect Barad-dur to have a pretty strong gate, to be fair.
We've breached the enemy's walls.
Now then, how did Aragorn appease the Black Númenóreans? Oh, not by getting stuck in the walls, I assume. Right, this is going to be one of those settlements, isn't it? Yeah, this is going to be a pain. Right, okay. So then, let's... you know what, let's just... Hold on a second. Oh yeah, this is another one of these settlements where it's an absolute nightmare. So yeah, missiles actually probably not going to be all that relevant, to be honest. Give a card. See what we can do, I suppose. Ah yes, then I'll do Zagar as well. Right, the ballista is probably going to get in the way on the bridge, isn't it? So you can just come inside, I guess. Good thing this one doesn't have a time limit, just because marching through the bloody thing is a pain.
Our soldiers have proved their worth today. The enemy's walls belong to us now.
There's the tower. Can't quite see Sauron's eye from this angle. Right, do we want to... I mean, I guess we can try using Baruthiel's watch. Let's face it, at the end of the day, it's just Orc defenders, so... They're going to come down at us. Black Uruk archers. That's going to be our ballista crew, isn't it, first? Nope, it's going to be some halberdiers. Oh, that's a shame, they're going to get absolutely rinsed. Okay. Those of you that can, run. What did Ollie say when he stabbed John?
Very much in our favor. Victory will be ours. All will perish. Attack! All will perish. Attack!
Oh, he's actually on the front line. Well, okay, that's... Ah, we do actually have some units taking the route that I prescribed to them. Good. God, this settlement's a nightmare to go around because of all the walls. Yeah, kill them all. Go through with the cav. No, that's not going to work, is it? Right, cavalry. Can we see the outside of the battlefield from here? Yes, we can. Leave. Actually, don't leave that way, though, because that's where the bloody roaming great beast is. Defeat is almost a certainty. What are they fighting? It's just Orc defenders. How come there wasn't another unit that came up this way? Well, no matter. Yeah. You come out and go this way. Ugh, the camera angles in this settlement. Yeah, Baruthiel's watch. If we can get into a position where we can shoot with them, that would be really good. I doubt we will, but I don't know about that. Maybe we can. Not the best angle, but it'll help. You go like so. Okay, they are actually losing now. I was going to say, these Orc defenders, there's no way they should be... I mean, you know, the Ar-Adunaim armsmen have seen battle already. They're all bloodied up, horribly outnumbered. Well, slow and steady wins the race. Pretty sure Mordor has Dwarven Hold Size syndrome.
Only half the enemy force remains.
Here we go. And now they're done for. Good thing too, actually, because they were losing men at a fairly rapid pace. Right. What we'll do...
Good tidings.
Right, that should be the end, surely. Actually, it's a settlement, isn't it? So we'll probably have to take it. Orc defenders are routing and broken. Marvellous. What are you doing? Oh.
Our men are in. We've lost control of the castle.
Ah.
Our men have taken control of the castle.
Good. Now we flood forwards. And Barad-dur falls.
Our foe is
Only 500 losses considering the amount of units we were up against. 590 on those Ar-Adunaim armsmen.
Glorious victory.
It's incredibly impressive. Yeah, lots of units. All of our infantry really is just too much for basic units of Orc Band and Black Uruks. Hey there, Adnan. I mean, we've just taken Barad-dur. And so the campaign is nearly at its conclusion. We'll see what we can do about Harad. If we can sign a peace deal, it'll almost be like a vassalization type deal. Yeah, we execute them. Slay them all.
We have triumphed. A most noble conquest.
Yeah, we just exterminate them all. No need for orcs in a place like this. The Ethereal Stone is now ours to do with as we please. Right, and that brings us to building a diplomat who we will get next turn. He will probably attack that settlement.
There will be much honor in defeating you.
Will there? I'll be the judge of that. Black Numenorians are not the most honourable type.
Your will, my lord.
So we've got a whole stack there as well. Yeah, we're looking pretty good at this point, really. Actually, we'll go with a road. For you, a road as well. The route through the chasm. We never really got to build units out of Minas Tirith, but that'll just have to be the way things are. Shrines, glorious shrines. We are now the dominant force. This is what Ar-Adunaim is on. Save. Yeah, and there's nothing else we can really do. Well, we can train more units, I suppose. The relative power of our force may compel Harad to surrender, if we do. Okay. Let's see then. Should have built more units in Kadar Farazindil, to be honest. Bree have been pushed back by Dunland all the way to Mengalan. Goes to show how badly things are going for Bree. They were really strong at one point, but I guess they just don't have their late game roster. I guess it's just not quite up to the task. Dunland have got a few interesting things going for them, like the sort of reasonably heavy pike and axeman. Does remind me a bit of Rudour, actually. If you were to break Rudour apart into their melee power and their javelin power, you would probably get Dunland and Enedwaith from this game. Ah, a candidate for adoption, sure. Gorgoroth lost. The winds slowly moved the ash along the valley of Adun and farther along the Morgul road. In the distance, the Ash Mountains and the Mountains of Shadow fill the sky with their black peaks. Between the mountain ranges on the wasteland of Gorgoroth, campfires burn bright. Songs of victory can be heard from the camps of the foes of Mordor. Barad-dur has fallen. The bodies of orcs, Uruk-hai and trolls alike fill the channels and fissures which spread along the plateau. The high tower is breached and has all but collapsed. The Dark Lord is greatly diminished but not yet destroyed. As long as the One Ring exists, his spirit endures. The tower's foundation was laid with its power and it can't be unmade while it remains. The agents of shadow will eventually return and the armies of darkness are sure to follow. Well then. So, I think we had our diplomat here, did we not?
Your orders.
Yes, we did.
Your orders, my lord.
With honor, yes, my lord.
That's a good point actually, Barad-dur.
Yes, my lord.
Gimil Thon, what are you doing? Moranon,
Your orders, my lord.
Orders.
you can go in there. Reinforce everything. Next campaign, will you name the Blue Mountains to Smurfville? Time to look for the ring? No, that would take way too long, your enemy's friend. The whole idea as well is that I think, based on what the Black Numenorians are, there's no guarantee I think that someone like Gimmelcard would even destroy the ring. You've overextended yourself. Right, hold on a second. We'll save it there. And right, let's see.
My lord.
Will you take a ceasefire?
An audience with us like this.
I'll give you map information. Give you trade rights. And I guess it's cheesy, but it's not really the sort of thing that would 30k? No, okay. I don't really know how to end the campaign then, really, because I'm not going to play for hours and hours dismantling the Ar-Adunaim, because it would take way too long, and I've already streamed for longer than I would normally today. Right. Clear victory. Execute them. Man of the hour. Perfect.
Yes, my lord.
You all?
My lord.
I see Harad's reputation is very reliable. Oh yes, I did want to rename Barad-dur. In fact, it's gotten dark enough to the point where I need to turn the light on now. Yeah, Harad's reputation should absolutely not be reliable, considering the betrayals they've put me through. But only one was recent now. Right, so where are we? It was around here somewhere. Oh yeah, I was going to rename Durthang as well. This is more of a basic name though. So this one I was just going to name for the orcs, because I have a feeling that orc labour would be rife in Mordor under the Black Númenóreans. Aragorn's already dead, Val. He died a long time ago, actually, I think, in this campaign. Right. Oh, that was a firework. It's fireworks night after all here. I did have the name around here somewhere. It was... Oh yeah, there's also... I was just going to... I may as well just... this will be the end of the campaign, I suppose, because if Harad won't accept peace, it would take me about an hour and a half to 2 hours to clean all this stuff up, and it wouldn't be that interesting, actually, because Harad don't actually have that much that can stand against me. The key battle against Harad was fought for their capital, and we won it, so they're really finished. They just don't even know it yet. Out of habit I'm doing that. Mission failed. Well, I don't want to be friends with Angmar. They're weak. And... right, what was I doing? Yes. This over here, Tharagrondost. Tharagrondost, I should say. I was going to call Neg an Zagar, which translates literally to the end of the sword, because this is the end of our realm. And that brings us to Barad-dur. It is... yes. So it was the same as... yeah, so... Zig... so Zigurun, or... oh, just fix that a little bit. Zigurun is the Black Númenor, or the Númenóreans' name for Sauron, so that translates literally to, I think, Fall of the Sorcerer. So that's fairly apt, I think, as Barad-dur falls to us, and Mordor's industrial heartland will be put to Gimmelkard's purposes. Now, of course, the ultimate end of the campaign, with the Haradrim effectively vassalised, as it would be, because we would slowly but surely march our way through them at this point. So we would, it would be a de facto vassalisation, really, as it has been for most of the campaign. Rohan, we'd probably have an uneasy but prosperous relationship with Rohan, to be honest with you, because the two of us were primarily responsible for killing Mordor out in the field. Dorwinion, it's much the same. You know, again, uneasy but, you know, present friendship, I suppose. And really just all of the human kingdoms would feel the influence of Numenor again. And, you know, I guess one thing thematically that would be quite apt, I suppose, is eventually Gimmelcad would form up a navy, get his army and head over to Mithlond, but he would probably find it empty because all of the elves probably would have sailed away, with the situation being what it is. And good riddance to them, Gimmelcad would almost certainly think. So that's pretty much it. Let's see what the state of affairs is at the end of things as Gimmelcad looks into not just one, but his 2 Palantir that he has at the moment. So Mordor still have all of this, but then they really never lose this unless the player does it or you play for long enough for this to become relevant. Their heartland is gone. They still hold a large swathe of the Rovanian, but they're really just almost akin to bandits at this point, being driven from the realms by, well, the Woodland realm actually. Lothlorien are up here as well, but Dol Guldur still hold, but they only have the one thing, the Hill of Sorceries itself. Rohan, the only thing Mordor have of Rohan now is Altberg, so good on Rohan. They've had a really good campaign. They beat Isengard, and then with a bit of help from me, to be fair, they have been resurgent and they have won here. There's more fireworks. Probably a good time for me to stop with the fireworks going off. The dwarves were victorious against the goblins in the end. The high elves also helped out with that. Gundabad is on its last legs really. Erebor being victorious there. What is this? Oh, I see, yeah, the Erebor invasion was successful, wasn't it? So technically speaking, Dol Guldur now hold Erebor, but that wouldn't last for very long. Like, Dale would probably retake that, if anything. Angmar were largely victorious against the forces of the Northern Dunedain. In fact, they straight up were victorious, really. Anuminas is the only thing that the Northern Dunedain really hold at this point. So we would actually be quite happy with that. We'd probably have prosperous relations with the Angmarim, to be honest. With the Witch King gone, they wouldn't have a leader. And we would have to be that leader, I suppose. Ered-Luin, of course, accepted the rings, and they are being made to pay dearly for it by the looks of things, because the High Elves are ripping them limb from limb. But like I said, I feel like the natural continuation of this, once Sauron has been brought to heel at Barad-dur, the elves would probably just sail west. So they would give up on all of this. Think of Middle-earth as a bit of a lost cause, really. Sauron may have been defeated, so worst case scenario avoided. But this is not really a world that we want any part of now that the Black Númenóreans are really at the pinnacle of the world, considering the amount of power that we now hold. And that really is the end of things. So Gimmelcad sits content with himself that he has restored Númenor to its rightful place of power as he sits in Barad-dur, and his 2 sons will do their thing. And they'll go out and secure things. Gimmelthon would probably be the traveller, securing good relations with Dorwini and Rohan and the Angmarim, and Gimmelzor would be like the leader of new Numenor's great armies. And that is it. That is going to be the end of the Ar-Adunaim campaign. We've done what we set out to do. We are now the dominant power in the world, and vengeance has been meted out. The faithful have been punished. Sauron has most certainly been punished. But of course, in the end, I'll leave it up to you to decide what Sauron's ultimate fate was, whether Gimmelcad destroyed or kept the ring, because inevitably he would come into possession of it at this point. And if he didn't destroy it, would Sauron ultimately be his undoing once again? And would Sauron ultimately be the victor? Would it all have been for naught in the end? It's up to you to decide what kind of person Gimmelcad and his sons were, really. But yes, that is as it is at the moment. So that's going to be the I don't know what on earth that was, but I'll dismiss that notification. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the Ar-Adunaim campaign. I will put up a poll on YouTube probably in the next day or two, which will detail the shortlist of the campaigns that I will do. I think 2 of the ones that will definitely be on there will be Erebor and Gundabad, and there might be 1 or 2 more as well, depending upon what I think would be appropriate. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. Over the weekend as well, there will be a couple more videos out. There'll be 2 rather large-scale sieges actually out over the weekend. On Saturday there will be a siege of Bursagath, which rather thematically actually will be the Black Númenóreans on the defence, because it's almost like Sauron and his Númenórean faithful are defending that city. So that's rather thematic, I would suggest. And the other one, I'm pretty sure, is... It's another siege, but I don't know which one it is, because I recorded so far in advance that I'm not sure how I actually organised them. So that one's a bit of a mystery, but I do know that they're both large-scale sieges. So that's what's coming up in the immediate future. The next streams will of course be at some stage next week, depending on what happens with university. Because I could get called in at any day really for university to do my laboratory work. It just depends on when they're willing to let me in and when there's not a lot of people in there. So yeah, it could be different days next week, but for now it would be best to assume that once again it will be Wednesday and Thursday again, as per usual, and probably at the normal times as well. While I can stream in the evening, while it is an option, you know, it's something that I will tend to avoid if I can, because this is a little bit more reliable. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this Ar-Adunaim campaign. I did. I think I preferred this one to the Lothlorien one actually, because of the Ar-Adunaim's playstyle a little bit more so. And I hope you will join me for whatever is next.